Chapter 151. The skirmisher gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I am willing to accept the forbidden knowledge. You can just tell me how you want me to cooperate." Dodoer also had a smile on his face when he heard this, but he was stunned for a moment, and then he let out a hearty laugh. That trash was actually killed. It's interesting. It's really true. Interesting. Who was killed? The skirmisher looked at Dodoer with some curiosity. It seemed that many people were trash in Dodoer's mouth. I just don't know who it is. Dodoer glanced at the somewhat brainless skirmisher speechlessly. Humph, would he tell this guy that he was calling his clone Slice a waste? Moreover, it was really embarrassing to have his clone killed. Even if the person who killed him was Mu Yang, the information the clone brought to him this time was indeed very interesting. The descendant who mastered the abilities of the god of thunder and the god of rock at the same time in a short period of time? I heard that Mu Yang is still the wife of General Thunder and Lightning. Thinking of this, Dodoer's eyes towards the skirmishers became strange. It seemed that this idiot didn't know about this yet. So has Mu Yang become the wild father of this guy? However, in the case of the skirmishers, it was impossible for Balzabe to admit that the skirmishers were his sons. Even if Lei Movie knew that many of the things about Daozu were planned by Xingbing, he would probably want to kill Xingbing with 12 punches. After all, as a god, how could she not care about her own country and her own subjects? The behavior of the skirmishers has obviously touched Balzabe's negative side. Now many of the apparent fools on Inazuma's side have been caught and killed. Even Dodoer doesn't know what will happen next. But with Balzabe's situation, I'm afraid it won't last forever. Bear it all. Thinking of this, Dodoer's eyes became crazy again. Forbidden knowledge is knowledge that even gods cannot bear. I don't know if it is possible to turn skirmishers into 7 gods level. According to Dodoer's estimation, if the heart of God is used to turn a straggler into a god, the opponent will at most have a strength comparable to that of the demon god. Perhaps it is at an average level among demon gods, but it is difficult to truly match the combat power of the 7 gods. Of course, the so-called combat power of the 7 gods refers to the 7 gods of the first generation. There are many inherited 7 gods now, and their strength is far different from that of the 7 gods of the first generation. Take Bayer for example, and Foucault's from Fontaine. Although they are all at the level of demon gods, there is still a gap compared to the 7 gods of the first generation. And if he uses forbidden knowledge and the technology he has on hand to really help skirmishers become the level of the 7 gods, then it will prove that he, Dodoer, is the most powerful one. Thinking of this, Dodoer's eyes when looking at the skirmishers softened a lot. What a good research material. Your brain is not very good, but it is easy to use. I will maximize your value. Mu Yang did not stay in Mondstadt that night. After chatting with Yula, Ying, and others for a while, he ran directly back to Liu. As the most affectionate person in Teyvat, after eating up Keqing and wiping it all off, he always has to be a little more responsible, and he still needs to have the company he deserves. But when he returned home, he was helplessly aware that Keqing had gone to Gailiwan, and would have to stay directly at Wangshuan during this period. Mu Yang expressed concern about this. However, Kamisato Ayaka was at home. During this period, the little turtle performed very well. Mu Yang had already included her in the group before. Joining the chat group originally should have been a very happy thing for Ayaka Kamisato. After all, joining here can be regarded as General Raiden's true one of our own. He can be considered as able to honor his ancestors. What makes Kamisato Ayaka helpless is that she is not in Inazuma now. If she were in Inazuma, she could help General Raiden purify the aura of the gods and help Lord Yigomiya purify the filth. This is somewhat of a pity. Fortunately, Liu paid more attention to her because she joined the chat group, and was willing to notify her where monsters appeared or where there was resentment from demons and gods. Although Kamisato Ayaka's progress is relatively slow in the chat group, Kamisato Ayaka is also relatively satisfied. At least you can still make progress, right? For her now, taking good care of Mu Yang is the most important thing. Although this is not in line with the style of the eldest lady of the Kamisato family, Mu Yang is also a god. Moreover, as the husband of Lord General, isn't it natural to take care of Lord Mu Yang? What's more, when he goes to Gailiwan in the future, he can also find Zhengshi to purify his resentment. Mu Yang's life in Liu was pretty good. Even if he knew that there might be a battle with the Abyss cult tomorrow, he was not too worried. Now he is no longer the one who just traveled to this world and needs to take care of everything step by step. Now he is even confident that he is more powerful than Morux, and if he can't defeat him, then he will be defeated. Anyway, there are still maintainers of heavenly principles. She slept happily in Liu, ate the breakfast specially prepared by Kamisato Ayaka, looked at several breakfasts prepared by Kamisato Ayaka, and then looked at Kamisato Ayaka aside and asked, "Want to earn points? Can I?" Kamisato Ayaka looked at Mu Yang curiously. She knew what Mu Yang and the others were going to do. If possible, Kamisato Ayaka would also like to fight against the Abyss cult. After all, this is also an opportunity to strengthen themselves, and they will inevitably continue to fight against the Abyss in the future. Kamisato Ayaka is willing to fight against the Abyss like her ancestors did. Why not? Don't worry, I can still protect you. Looking at Kamisato Ayaka's expectant look, Mu Yang also chuckled, besides, you are not a weakling, you can deal with some beastly hounds, I guess there is no problem. Do you need me to make any preparations? Kamisato Ayaka didn't hold back at the moment and agreed directly. Now she has set her position very well. In Inajima, she is the egret princess in front of others and the eldest lady in society. In Liu, she is Dao's wife's ambassador to Liu, but on Mu Yang's side, she is also Mu Yang's waiter, and may even become a maid in the same room. In this regard, Kamisato Ayaka would not be dissatisfied at all, not to mention that Mu Yang himself has a noble status and is also the husband of General Raiden. Even Mu Yang herself satisfies her own requirements for choosing a future. Is the status of a god's attendant really low? If Mu Yang announced to the public that he was looking for a waiter, who knows how many people would rush to become one. Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka and saw that he was still dressed in a formal dress. He was also considering whether to let this turtle girl wear a maid outfit. Forget it, only you can see what the maid pretends to be. Are your clothes convenient for fighting? Mu Yang asked curiously. Mr. Mu Yang, please rest assured that this outfit does not affect the battle. Moreover, when leaving Inajima, Ayaka had already brought the family weapons with her. Kamisato Ayaka responded quickly. Okay, then let's go directly. Hearing this, Mu Yang was not polite, directly picked up the breakfast, grabbed Kamisato Ayaka's catkin and disappeared. Hey, Mu Yang, you are really amazing, you suddenly appeared again. Looking at Mu Yang who appeared suddenly, Peimen couldn't help but sigh. No, this is your breakfast. Mu Yang threw the breakfast bag to Paimon, and introduced to the three of them, this is Inezato's white egret princess Kamisato Ayaka. We will help deal with it together. Monster. Please take good care of me when we meet for the first time. 910 Kamisato Ayaka nodded to Yura first, and then said hello to Ying and Paimon. Inajima's egret princess? Aren't you the eldest lady of the Kamisato family? I didn't expect you to be here too. Paimon looked at Kamisato Ayaka in surprise while eating breakfast. She didn't expect that Mu Yang even knew such a person. It seemed that he was doing much better than Ying. Well, when we wait for the battle, remember to follow me. Let's work together. Yula also nodded slightly to Ayaka Kamisato, a newbie who just joined the chat group. In fact, she was relatively late to join the chat group. Now that she met Kamisato Ayaka, who joined the chat group later than herself, Yura finally felt like a senior. Moreover, in the chat group, everyone actually maintains a tacit understanding. Except for a few special ones, they really don't dare to be friends. Generally speaking, as long as you join the chat group, then everyone is at least a possible partner in the future. Subconsciously, they also think that everyone is one of their own. And this kind of feeling is what Yula needs most. Even though she has a partner like Amber, the Mondstadt people don't hate her as much as before, but Yura's heart is still very empty. Now that Kamisato Ayana appears, Yura is very happy. Then it's up to you, Yura. Kamisato Ayaka nodded gracefully, and then said, I hope everyone can cooperate happily this time. Ying glanced at Mu Yang meaningfully, this guy seemed to be doing better than himself. This Kamisato Ayaka, could it be the girl Mu Yang chased in other countries? But what about Barbara? Barbara obviously also has a crush on Mu Yang. Could it be that Mu Yang brought Kamisato Ayaka here this time to reject Barbara in disguise? But would such a thing be too cruel? D. Chapter 152. Mu Yang didn't know that Ying was looking for a match for him at this time. Of course he will also bring Barbara into the group later, but this girl is just too young. However, Mu Yang is very curious, what kind of pairing is Yura and Kamisato Ayaka? Double Ice Team? Kamisato Ayaka is responsible for amplifying and Yura is responsible for cutting? If there were a Barbara and Sheen, would this be an infinitely weakened version of Shenhe Wanshin? Haha, of course, Mu Yang also knows that this is just a team in the game. In the real Teyvat continent, some elemental reactions do exist, but you cannot require a team to only have 4 people. If it really comes down to a fight, it seems that Yura and Kamisato Ayaka are a good match. Even though Kamisato Ayaka is the eldest lady of the society, and she has not been able to join the chat group for a long time, there is no doubt about her strength. Keqing was exactly the same before joining the chat group. Moreover, this time, Kamisato Ayaka brought along her family's inherited Kirigiri's reflection. This was a huge bonus to Kamisato Ayaka, which was not comparable to Keqing's ancestral dragon's chant in the box. Of course, the dragon's chant in the box itself is considered a good weapon. For normal people, it is already very rare to have a 3-star weapon. 4-star weapons are generally in the hands of some relatively powerful forces, and they are the type that even the rich cannot buy. As for the 5-star weapons in the game, they are even more precious. Some 5-star weapons are even god-made weapons, and their power is much more powerful than ordinary 5-star weapons. Kamisato Ayaka's strength is not weak, which is the main reason why Mu Yang is willing to bring Kamisato Ayaka here to collect points this time. At least the current Kamisato Ayaka is stronger than the one-element power Ying. When will Captain Sheen and the others come over? Ying asked Mu Yang after finishing breakfast at this time. It should be coming soon. They will come directly with Teyvat. If you have nothing to do, you can first clear out the monsters nearby. Mu Yang slightly sensed the surrounding situation and said, the monsters led by Ben Lang, at least 3/3 more than yesterday. Is it newly bred, or was it summoned by the Abyss cult? Eula asked quickly. If these are all newly reproduced, then her estimate yesterday was probably wrong. These monsters are more troublesome than imagined. Can the monsters in the Abyss really not be treated with common sense? Maybe, but for Abyss monsters, the more they absorb the energy of this world, the faster they become stronger and the faster they reproduce. This is different from ordinary monsters. You need to pay attention to this. Mu Yang warned Eula and others. As if thinking of something, Mu Yang warned Kamisato Ayaka again, there are actually beast-level hounds over there at Inajima. You have to be careful in the future. If you see them, remember to eliminate them as soon as possible. When Kamisato Ayaka heard this, her heart tightened, and she quickly responded that Kamisato Ayaka also knew everything about Mon's situation. For people like them in the chat group, it is definitely a carnival. They can earn more points and continue to become stronger. But for the original creatures and earth veins of the Ben Lang leader, this is definitely not a carnival. A good thing. However, since the wind god Barbatos doesn't care about this matter, Kamisato Ayaka will not have a mother's heart attack at this time. For her, becoming stronger as soon as possible so that she can help the general in the future is the first task. The competitive pressure on Mu Yang's side is also very high. Although Kamisato Ayaka also believes that the shogun is unparalleled, no one can be as powerful as the shogun. But what if? What if Mu Yang gets close to the gods of other countries again, will he also have to work hard on his side? Although there are not many female adult gods in the 7 kingdoms, what she needs to be wary of is that eventuality. Moreover, Inajima is also located near the outer sea of darkness. Once the Abyss invades on a large scale, their Inajima will be under the greatest pressure. Today's Kamisato Ayaka can't wait to complete the Chi training chapter. According to Mu Yang, the foundation building chapter can be deduced in only 5 days at most. By then, the strength of the members in the chat group will probably be improved a lot, and what restricts their growth is points. This time Operation Wolf Leader is definitely a good thing for the group members. Okay, breakfast is almost done, let's go and eliminate the Abyss monsters on the outside first. Yura followed Ying's example and wiped her hands on Paimon's cloak, saying softly. Shall we go in directly like this? Will it attract the attention of the Abyss cult? Ying heard this and quickly asked, at this time, wouldn't it be better to sneak in? It has become the territory of the Abyss monsters. With the ability of the Abyss Order, it is not difficult to know our existence. There is actually no difference between sneaking in and breaking in. Mu Yang said with a chuckle. Of course, you can also retain your physical strength, it's actually not bad to wait until you get inside before taking action. How is this possible? Yinghua glanced at her and said decisively. She recognized Eula's fighting power, which was much better than her current self, and she didn't need to worry about Eula's safety. However, Ayaka Kamisato is weak, and she is not particularly strong at first glance. Although she has the eyes of a god, she still arouses Ying's protective desire. So what if Mu Yang is watching next to her? Kamisato Ayaka is the woman she wants to protect. Such a damn temperament that makes people want to protect you. It's okay, I still have some confidence in my martial arts. Kamisato Ayaka tightened her wide sleeves, took out the kirigiri reflection, and said with a confident look. This weapon T2, Ying admitted that when he saw the weapon in Kamisato Ayaka's hand, his heart moved. Why do others have powerful weapons, but I don't? Kamisato Ayaka's weapon is not as good as the one in Mu Yang's hand, and probably not worse than the big sword in Eula's hand. Thinking about her own edgeless sword, Ying really wanted to burst into tears. Go, if you encounter danger, I will take action. Mu Yang promised to the spirit Dian Linghua and Eula. None of them had any doubts about this, they just glanced at each other, then gestured to Ying, and headed towards the position where Benlang was leading. This time is a rare opportunity for them, and they don't want to miss it. Is there really no problem? Seeing the two people leaving, Ying couldn't help but asked. Of course, what Ying is more worried about is actually alerting others. If her BD brother has arranged many traps, wouldn't they be foolishly giving away their lives if they go in like this? Don't worry. Mu Yang's eyes became profound. What things will be arranged by the Abyss religion? It seems that the most feared thing is the masters in the Abyss and the power of the Abyss. As for these Abyss monsters, they are actually not the most troublesome. As long as Mu Yang and Barbatos want to, they can be wiped out at any time. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang directly called Wendy in the group. Mu Yang, at Wendy, are you here? Wendy, we're almost there, Tuolin has come to pick us up, wait a minute, we can take Tuolin over directly. Good guy, it's really Diddy beating the dragon. Mu Yang, are you interested in wearing the crown directly and performing well in front of the Abyss cult? Wendy, how to act? If I wear the crown, even if it is just for one battle, the climate of Mondstadt will change dramatically. Mu Yang, how about I maintain the 1000-year music? Wendy, hey, if you are sure, that's fine, but have you got it? Mu Yang, no problem at all, you have already adjusted Qianfeng before, as long as I follow your settings. Moreover, as long as I am not allowed to fight bloody battles, it will not affect the maintenance of the 1000-year great movement. Wendy, I feel like you are here to hit me. But what to do next? When the time comes, the people of the Abyss Order will also notice that the climate of Mondstadt has not changed dramatically. How should they deal with this? Mu Yang, where are you usually smart? I just let myself pretend to be eroded by the Abyss, how could they care if you wear a crown? The more you use divine power on a large scale, the better for them. As long as you use your divine power, and then absorb the power of the Abyss, the blackening will be 3 times stronger. You are not wearing a crown, but you are exerting a power comparable to wearing a crown. This is not good proof that you are closer to falling into the Abyss. Yet. Wendy, great idea, we'll hand it over now. Piano, Dialogue, 6. I don't know why they feel that their own Feng Shen can't wait to do this. Is this because he wants to show his holiness in front of others? Mu Yang sensed the breath of the wind around him and felt that Wendy was weakening his own control over the 1000-year-old music and handing over the management power to himself. Mu Yang was not polite and directly took over the control of the 1000-year-old movement, his eyes flashing slightly. As he expected from the beginning, controlling the Millennium movement is indeed a delicate job and consumes a lot of divine power. No wonder Wendy is usually very obviously weakened. But for the current Mu Yang, this is not a difficult problem. After all, he is constantly improving. Of course, Mu Yang is not thankless this time. Maintaining the 1000-year great movement is of great benefit to him. His control of the wind element is also improving at a speed that ordinary people cannot imagine. This was something Mu Yang could not quickly comprehend before, even if Wendy gave him his inheritance. Only this time, he gained a lot from his personal experience. Chapter 153. Between consuming part of his divine power to maintain the 1000-year great movement and improving his understanding of the wind element, Mu Yang naturally chose to improve his understanding and control of the wind element. The issue of Mu Yang's strength has never been about the amount of divine power, elemental power, or the strength of the body. These things are not a problem for Mu Yang. It mainly depends on combat experience and control over elemental power. He is not the original demon gods. The demons during the Demon God War were all killed out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just like Morax, no one knows how many demon gods he suppressed and how many demon gods he killed. At the beginning, Liyue was considered a place for chicken fighting. It is said that Orobas, who was the loser in the Liyue battlefield, fled to Deazuma's side. No one knows how many demon gods died on the Liyue battlefield, not even Morax himself. Of course, for the members of the chat group in Liyue, this issue is also a good thing. Wendy, hey, I haven't been this relaxed for a long time. Mu Yang, it doesn't matter, it's also good for me. Maybe I can maintain the 1000-year-old music in Mondstadt for a while longer. Wendy, then I won't be polite. Wendy soon understood what Mu Yang meant, and of course he would not refuse. Mu Yang's previous control over the wind element was a crooked way. This can also change Mu Yang's understanding of wind. Wind has never been used for cutting. What BD taught Mu Yang such a cruel understanding? Qin, Sir Mu Yang, we are on the way, what should we do next? Do you want to go directly to 740? Mu Yang, whatever, the protagonist is Wendy. As for me, I can help you contain a strong enemy. Eula, we have already started to eliminate the monsters. There are more and more monsters, and we must also close the channels of the abyss, otherwise there will be more and more monsters in the abyss. Moreover, the opening of the channels of the abyss is not without cost. I can feel that the power of the ground here in the Benlang territory has been drained a lot, and it may take a long time to recover. Wendy, Teyvat will lead us right in after a while, and Teyvat will also take action when the time comes. Wendy didn't care much about the consumption of earth veins. Although it might be a consumption of the Teyvat continent, Mu Yang and Asmod were watching, and they didn't express anything, so he wouldn't care either. The consumption of ley lines can also be recovered with points, which seems to be no problem. As gods, they more or less understand Mu Yang's plan to absorb the power of purifying the abyss to strengthen the continent of Teyvat. I have to admit that Mu Yang has great ambitions, but if he can persevere and not lose to the strong men of the abyss in the battle, the continent of Teyvat will not only not be destroyed, but will even become stronger and stronger in the future. The problem now is not whether Mu Yang can do it, but that they don't have enough strong players. In the future, if the Teyvat continent begins to absorb the power of the abyss and begins to upgrade the Teyvat continent, then the Teyvat continent will also become a thorn in the side of the abyss. The abyss religion is just a part of the abyss. For the entire abyss, BCDE, the abyss religion is just a drop in the ocean. They can't make any waves. At that time, once a war breaks out, it will not only be a problem for Mu Yang and gods like them, but also a problem for other people. What is needed most now is to buy time to strengthen the members of the chat group. Wendy does not believe that Mu Yang is really obsessed with Balzabul, so he has not deduced the foundation building chapter for a long time, but it is difficult to deduce such an immortal cultivation method. As for Mu Yang, who is the principle of heaven, he must be speeding up the deduction as much as possible. Not only Wendy thinks so, but Zhongli also thinks so. He is also very interested in the foundation building chapter. Maybe it can't improve his strength much, but he has a hunch that it can definitely change the world. He has even already it is planned that all the mountain people in Liyue will also write the foundation chapter. Even the subsequent golden elixir chapter. They are all looking forward to Mu Yang's subsequent derivation, but they will not rush it. They believe that when enough time comes, Mu Yang will naturally pass on the technique. However, it still needs time to develop, and the number of people in the chat group seems to be somewhat insufficient. If it were not for the worry that the number of people is full, and the purification speed is often at full capacity, Morax really wants to cut the moon and build the sun. Zhenjun, Zhenjun Lishui Daishan, Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng were all included in the chat group. The strength of these three immortals is still very good. Although they are just immortals, if they are really allowed to fight against the weaker demons, it is not impossible for them to fight. They just don't have the power of the devil, and their life essence is inferior to the devil. Inside the Benlang territory, the Abyss Mage stood respectfully in front of Kong. Your Highness, your blood relatives are currently fighting monsters outside the Benlang territory, trying to kill us. Kong's face darkened when he heard this. He knew that his sister was very stupid, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so stupid. Coming from outside Benlang's territory and fighting inside, are you trying to kill Haozi? The speed at which they can deal with the monsters in the abyss may not be as fast as the monsters increase. My sister has been sealed for 500 years, is there something wrong with her brain? This is not a good thing. Do you want to arrange for a doctor to take a look at your brain? If something goes wrong, it would be a good thing to be treated early. At the same time, Barbados is sitting on Teyvat's back and is heading here. Seeing that His Royal Highness the Prince turned a deaf ear, the Abyss Mage still reported the report. However, before, in Mongolia, the descendant who appeared in Dai, Liu and Dao's wife also came to Mondstadt this time. And he had contact with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Adventurer. Kong's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought of Mu Yang, who easily destroyed his 2 golden king beasts. At that time, they looked at each other several kilometers away. At that time, Kong was very interested in Mu Yang, but because of Sky Island, he didn't take action. I didn't expect that this guy was also a descendant, but I didn't know when he descended into this world. Is this a world that just arrived recently? It had already arrived a long time ago and was planning something secretly. However, thinking about what happened to him and his sister, Kong still wanted to win over Mu Yang. The opponent's strength is very good, not even inferior to his own. On the continent of Teyvat, it is also a good combat force. If you can win over Mu Yang to resist the laws of heaven, it will be a good helper. Also as a descendant, Kong believes that the other party should have his own purpose. Mu Yang Neko. These descendants are naturally the enemies and opponents of heavenly principles and the maintainers of heavenly principles. Dao, the other party, is the maintainer of the law of heaven and the law of heaven, and he needs to meet the other party. Barbados and Teyvat need not care. There will be something to deal with them. Kong looked at the silver-blue giant wolf that exuded a strong aura of the abyss, and then looked at the huge golden king beasts nearby. The size and aura of these golden king beasts are much larger than the 2 golden king beasts that Mu Yang killed before. Then, Kong looked at a nearby demon dragon that exuded a strong aura of the abyss. His gaze was profound. The shape and aura of this demon dragon were 80% similar to the demon dragon Dulan that had attacked Mondstadt. This time, he brought a lot of good guys. Of course, this is also a testing ground for the abyss religion. There are so many monsters, enough to feed Mondstadt. Will Barbados choose to wear a crown at this time? If he wears the crown, it will be a good opportunity to continue to pollute Barbados deeply. Yes. After hearing the words of the Abyss Prince, the Abyss Mage also became excited. As expected of their prince, he didn't care at all about the wind god Barbados. Obviously, it was a sure thing that Barbados would fall even deeper this time. They never thought about using Andreas or the dragon to invade Mondstadt, they were just forcing Barbados to fall further into the abyss. Although they have invested a lot of resources in these 2 big guys, if compared with the wind god Barbados, then these investments are nothing. Yes, this time their goal was to pollute the wind god Barbados. Thinking that Barbados, the god, would also fall into the abyss mage was also excited. Aren't you gods looking down on us humans from above? Aren't you secretive about the power of the abyss? Didn't it destroy Archenria? If the same pain falls on you, what will you do? Our pain is still greater than yours. It can be said that after being contaminated by the abyss and coupled with the curse of immortality, these abyss mages have already become crazy and paranoid. Glancing at the abyss mage, Kong didn't say much. He looked in one direction, which was where Ying was. This was his brother's intuition. Ying must be over there. Ying, don't worry, my brother will send you out of the Teyvat continent before the abyss floods the world. You will definitely be safe. Chapter 154. As the mechanical wolf king Andreas began to exert force, the temperature of the running wolf territory became lower and lower. Not only the temperature of the running wolf territory became lower and lower, but also the places near the running wolf territory, and even the entire Mongolia. The temperature in Germany also began to drop rapidly. The Abyss Order has begun to exert its strength. The strength of this mechanical Andreas is stronger than imagined. Sitting on Teyvat's back, Wendy clearly felt the situation. His words made Qin and I look on Teyvat's back tremble. It wasn't that they didn't want to bring out more West Wind Knights. It's just that the situation in the running wolf territory is very dangerous. Even if an ordinary West Wind Knight just stands here at this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. This kind of temperature, which can easily reach dozens of degrees below zero, is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Only some holders of the Eye of God can withstand such coldness, and they will be affected to some extent. Originally, Qin wanted to bring Kaya and the others, after all, they could help to some extent, but after considering Mondstadt's safety, she finally decided that only Diluc and Qin would come together. As for Kelly, Qin handed her over to Barbara. At first, Qin didn't think about letting Kelly participate in the battle. If Kelly could sit on Teyvat's back and keep throwing bombs, she would probably pose a huge threat to these abyss monsters. But if you think about it carefully, Kelly throwing a bomb can pose a threat, and Teyvat can also do this and that with his own abilities. On the contrary, Kelly throwing a bomb may also affect them on land. My combat power should be reduced by 1/5. Diluc said to Qin with a somewhat unsightly expression. I shouldn't have any influence, but such an environment is very suitable for Yura and Kamisato Ayaka. Qin shook his head slightly and said, moreover, we are not sure whether the low-temperature environment will have any impact on the abyss monsters. Hey, we're almost there, be ready. Wendy, as the god of wind, and also the god of wind in its heyday, naturally sees much more than the two of them. The situation inside the wolf territory at this moment seems to be it's a little trickier than I thought. However, Wendy is not afraid. After all, he is stronger now than he was in his heyday, and so many points used to exchange for divine power are not in vain. He even felt that if he continued to redeem his divine power, could he compare with Mr. Morix in his heyday? Of course, he also knew that the old man's strength was also improving. Tawaran's huge figure moved from far to near, and soon attracted the attention of Eula and others. Teyvat is here, it should be Wendy and the others. Paimon shook his shoulders, Traveler, I'm so cold, can you disappear first? Ying glanced at Paimon speechlessly. Not only Paimon, she also felt cold, but she couldn't show it in front of Yura and Kamisato Ayaka. Ying really didn't expect that Kamisato Ayaka, who seemed weak and frail, could have such superb tachi skills. It would be difficult to find a few people in Mondstadt to compare with Kamisato Ayaka. Excellent Tai swordsmanship, pretty good strength, plus the weapon that made Yinjian greedy, Ying was helpless to find that not only was he inferior to Yura, but also inferior to Kamisato Ayaka. Small gap. After all, I am still the weakest. It would be great if I also had such an excellent weapon. You go in first. Ying also knew a little about some of Paimon's special abilities, such as being able to escape into a special space. She seemed to have a special space, not only could she escape into it, but she could also hide things. When venturing in the wild, you will inevitably collect a lot of things, and these things can be hidden in Paimon's space. This is also the main reason why Ying can safely take Paimon out on adventures. Otherwise, with Paimon's combat power being less than 1/5 of a wild boar, Ying would really not dare to take Paimon around. Having a good relationship is one thing, but his journey is too dangerous. Rather than letting Paimon follow him into danger, it would be better to entrust Paimon to Mondstadt, so that Mondstadt's friends can take good care of Paimon. With Ying's consent, Paimon disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. These monsters have been affected to some extent, which can be considered a blessing among misfortunes. Eula clearly felt that the activity of the beastland hounds in the running wolf collar was affected, and couldn't help but sigh. It may not be a good thing for us, we also need to work harder. Kamisato Ayaka entered the battle, unusually calm and calm. Although she has never fought in real battles since she was a child, and has never seen blood in the wild, as the eldest lady of the club, Kamisato Ayaka's qualities are still quite good. Even though she is a few years younger than Kamisato Ayato, she still possesses the skill of a sword that is not inferior to that of her brother. Even Kamisato Ayaka's martial arts can be recognized by the Thunder movie, which is very commendable. Indeed, the charging speed of the elements has been accelerated a lot, let's go straight in. Eula also nodded in approval. For them, this is indeed the best environment. Moreover, the battle lasted for a long time, but the condition of the two people can be described as getting better and better. 1 year of immortal power is worth 10,000 points. They had been killing for nearly half an hour, but they didn't have so many points. However, they could exchange 5,000 points for half a year's worth of immortal power, but they did have some. If it weren't for the physical exertion and mental exhaustion, they really wanted to continue fighting like this. It's a good idea. At this time, Mu Yang came to them and said softly, in order to help you fight better, let me help you. Master Mu Yang. Kamisato Ayaka looked at Mu Yang with some confusion. Master Mu Yang is going to take action? You want to take action directly and open a bloody path? Eula asked Mu Yang curiously. No, keep an eye on it. As Mu Yang started to use the wind element, a small wind field appeared not far away from them, and the beastland hounds with a radius of several hundred meters uncontrollably gathered towards the eye of the wind. Come. Okay, let's do it. Mu Yang said to several people as he looked at the increasing number of beastland hounds. Is this still possible? Eula was dumbfounded. This is how Wendy led Dailuk and Qin to fight. Mu Yang chuckled, but my control of the wind element is not as good as Wendy's. If it were him, he could easily control more. The beastland hound is here, please give me flowers. Zero. Eula curled her lips, and she finally understood why Dailuk and Qin's strength improved so quickly. If someone can lead her to score points like this, she can also win directly. Of course, Eula didn't complain about Wendy's different treatment. She had not yet joined the chat group at that time. Moreover, Barbados, the god of wind, treated him quite well. It was Barbados' recognition that allowed the Lawrence family to live a normal life during this period. The people of Mondstadt would not doubt what Barbados said. At the same time, Eula herself also understood that such experience training did not seem to be very suitable for her. After all, she is not Qin and Dailuk. With ranged attacks, she still needs to chop one after another. You just don't need to think about avoiding monster attacks. Of course, if it is to deal with large monsters, Eula is still very confident. If the strength between the two parties is equal, Eula is confident that she is the one most suitable for large monsters. 0. For example, Yura had the confidence to deal with the Golden King beast that had appeared before. Eula gestured to Kamisato Ayaka, and Kamisato Ayaka came to the vicinity of the Eye of the Wind with understanding. A large amount of ice elemental power surged, and she softly shouted, Kamaryu. Frost destruction. A large amount of ice elemental power burst out, forming several ice elemental tornadoes. Together with the Eye of the Wind created by Mu Yang, it strangled hundreds of beastland hounds in an instant. Is it settled like this? Ying blinked. She felt that both humans and ghosts were showing off, but she was the only one getting beaten. There are many large beastland hounds among these beastland hounds. Even if you want to defeat the opponent, you still need to spend a lot of effort. In the end, you are killed easily, and you kill so many at once. Why are the gaps between people so big? You have this trick, why didn't you use it before? Then, Ying looked at Mu Yang slightly angrily. If Mu Yang was willing to help, why would they have been in such a mess before? If I had used it earlier, the Abyss religion's main target would have been us. Now Wendy and the others are attracting hatred. Mu Yang spread his hands and said softly. Yes, we need to speed up. Ying was shocked when he heard this, and said quickly, that guy Wendy actually refused to pick us up and enter the wolf territory together. In Ying's view, if they don't deal with the Abyss cult within the Benlang territory, no matter how many Abyss monsters they kill, it will be of no avail. How is it? Can you continue? Mu Yang asked Kamisato Ayaka. He himself does not lack divine power, and he can easily pull off such moves, but Ayaka Kamisato is different. The environment here is very suitable for me. The charging speed of the Eye of God is much faster, and I will be able to continue using it soon. Ayaka Kamisato said with a sweet smile. The move just now brought her more than 2,000 points, which was really fast. At this time, she really wanted to hug Mu Yang's thighs. Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, I love you so much. End. Chapter 155. Master Mu Yang, you are worthy of being the husband-in-law of the general. If someone says in the future that Master Mu Yang is not worthy of the general, she, Ayaka, will be the first to deny it. Let's go, we really need to speed up a bit. Wendy and the others are about to start fighting. Mu Yang said to several people again. At this moment, they are still at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from the temporary base of the Abyss religion. Although this distance is nothing for strong men like them, there are still a large number of Abyss monsters on the road. In response, the three women did not refuse and quickly followed Mu Yang's footsteps. As Mu Yang and the others moved forward, they directly turned on the live broadcast function. Maiko Ye, I didn't expect there to be such a function. It's interesting. It seems like it's going to be more fun. However, with so many beastland hounds coming to Mondstadt, it seems that there will be a lot of trouble in the coming days. Zhongli, based on universal rationality, the beastland hound is really tricky. It's not because of strength, but because the reproduction speed is really fast enough. Ye Kamiko, well, our Inazuma's crane view has quite a few beastland hounds. The last time I went there, I was shocked. Fortunately, the 430 environment in Hagwon seems to be a bit special. Even the beast level hounds have been restrained in their reproduction rate there. Fortunately it was in Hagwon, otherwise if it were elsewhere in Daezu, the whole Daezu would have been destroyed. Lay movie, son of God. Didn't I warn you before that you couldn't go to Hagwon? Why did you still go? Ye Shenzi, you don't know the secret is in front of you, but you don't let the fox know. This is very torture for the fox, but I just observed the surroundings and came back when I felt the danger. Lay movie, you, please be more careful in the future, even I won't want to enter there at will. Ye Kamiko, but isn't there Mu Yang now? Wouldn't it be good to let him help solve the problem of Tsurugwan? Tsurugwan is also one of Inazuma's big islands after all. If it stays like this all the time, not good either? Ying, just blow your pillow, I believe Mu Yang will definitely help. Lay movie, looking for a fight. Everyone was already used to it when they saw Ye Shenzi and Raiden looking like this. At first, they all thought that General Raiden was a domineering and scornful figure. However, because of Ye Shenzi, they discovered that this general seemed not to be so difficult to get along with. Even sometimes, when people are discussing martial arts and cultivation issues in the chat group, Lay Movie will take the initiative to stand up and give everyone some guidance. This also makes Lay Movie get a lot of recognition in the chat group. Maybe this general is not very good at governing the country, but he is a very nice person and easy to get along with. Here we come. Kong said in a low tone when he saw Teyvat roaring towards him. Do we need to arrange for the demon dragon duke to fight Teyvat? The abyss mage asked quickly. Okay. You can arrange the battlefield here. Kong's eyes flickered slightly. I need to see the descendant and my sister. Originally, Sora didn't plan to meet Ying so early. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now that Ying has met this descendant, and the other person has a close relationship with the gods, Ying may also know his information soon. Of course, he still hopes that he can travel around the 7 countries by himself, and by that time, his plan will have been completed. Before the abyss floods the world, Ying must be able to leave the world safely and gain corresponding power. Yes. The abyss mage heard the words and didn't think much. He came to the side of the magic dragon and chanted the spell. Duke, who was originally sleeping, opened his scarlet eyes, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. The body, which was even bigger than Andreas, slowly stood up, spread its 2 huge wings, and roared as he looked at Teyvat, who was almost not far away from him. Barbados, is this my enemy? Teyvat also didn't expect that he would encounter such an opponent. This dragon is no weaker than the Dulin he met back then. If he was in his heyday, of course he would not be afraid of this dragon, but due to the torture of poisonous blood for 500 years, his strength has dropped a lot. After recovering, he has not experienced any training. How can he be with this dragon? Dragon fight? Teyvat felt that Wendy was making things difficult for him. Don't worry, Teyvat, I won't let you face it alone. Wendy said, converting the points into special energy that poured into Teyvat's body continuously. Since the points can be exchanged for divine power, they can also be exchanged for the nutrients Teyvat needs. The energy of this kind of tiger bomb is simply not easy to use. Should it be said that it is indeed the most essential energy in the Teyvat continent today? As a large amount of energy poured into his body, Teyvat suddenly discovered that his body, which had been weakened by Dulin's venom, had recovered to some extent with the help of this energy. Teyvat even felt that it wouldn't take long for him to return to his peak state, but it was a pity that before it could return to its peak state, Wendy stopped inputting his abilities. Barbados, you. Teyvat looked at Wendy with a complicated expression. As Barbados's dependent and best partner, Teyvat knew how much the other party weighed. The other party definitely did not have such a method, otherwise it would have been used 500 years ago. Moreover, such a move certainly does not mean that it can be used immediately. Even if he does not fully recover, Barbados will probably have to pay a high price. Teyvat, I'm sorry for the past 500 years. Wendy looked at Teyvat awkwardly. Originally, he thought that these points would be enough for Teyvat to recover. Unexpectedly, Teyvat's physical deficit was greater than imagined, which made Wendy a little embarrassed. It seems that I need to earn more points in the future to make up for Teyvat. By the way, Teyvat also has a lot of wear and tear on his body, and they will all be taken care of by then. Hey! Seeing Wendy like this, Teyvat snorted softly. Although he was extremely moved in his heart, he did not say it out loud. He just looked at Duke, who was charging toward him. This, leave the dragon to me and I will tear it to pieces with my claws. Today, Teyvat still remembers Dulan back then. The shape and size of these two dragons are not only exactly the same, but they are also 80% similar. If there is no relationship, Teyvat will not believe it. The 500 years of pain came from Dulan. This time, he would never forgive the dragon. As for whether it will be contaminated by poisonous blood this time, isn't there still that traveler? No panic at all. Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing Teyvat like this, Wendy didn't say much. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Teyvat didn't know that he could actually make up for the emptiness in Teyvat's body long ago, but he had forgotten it before. Otherwise, Teyvat would definitely fight for him. Lord Barbatos, let's go down first. Upon seeing this, Qin quickly reported to Wendy. Well, I'll let the wind take you down. Wendy paused and continued, remember to stay away from my battlefield. It looked at Andreas, who was in the air. Not to mention, Andreas' aura was pretty good at the moment. Although this body is a little weaker, it can still use Andreas' power. For a moment, Wendy couldn't tell what kind of strength Andreas was at this moment. His body was not comparable to that of his peak period, and his divine power was not as good as that of his peak period. However, the power of the demon god was an added bonus for Andreas. A lot of... Wait. Suddenly, Wendy thought of something. Originally, his points were for emergencies, and he had planned to use them to solve Andreas' hidden dangers. But after seeing the dragon and thinking of Teyvat, I spent my points on Teyvat. I'm afraid I'm in some trouble now, but I don't know if the points I have earned are enough. If that really doesn't work, let more abyss monsters come in and then block the spring water yourself? Qin and I didn't know what Wendy was thinking at the moment. They came to the ground with the help of Wendy's wind. Looking at the abyss monsters surrounding them, Qin and I looked at each other. If it were before, they must have thought that they would definitely die. But now, they are not what they used to be. This is for brushing copies. 0.5 Unless there are a large number of powerful monsters stopping them, these beastland hounds are really no match for them. As for the Golden King beasts, they didn't think about it for the time being. Just from their breath, both of them could feel that these Golden King beasts were more powerful than those that originally appeared outside Mondstadt. It's more important to earn points. Roar! Teyvat and Duke soon started fighting in the air. Wendy quietly left Teyvat's back, took out the sky piano, and looked at Andreas with a serious expression. Andreas would not give Wendy a good look. With its loud roar, the surrounding air became increasingly cold and biting. Andreas. Looking at Andreas like this, Wendy also sighed lightly. Although the plan was designed by him, seeing that the other party was so controlled by the Abyss cult, it doesn't feel very good inside either. Andreas didn't care what Wendy thought. It opened its bloody mouth, and the extremely terrifying ice and wind elemental power gathered in its mouth and condensed into a spherical shape, spraying towards Wendy. Chapter 156. Seeing Andreas being controlled by the Abyss to attack her, Wendy can actually avoid it. After all, he is in his prime now. But he did not avoid it. As someone who had fought with Andreas before, how could he not know that if this happened at this time, this energy would explode at the scene? By then, the surrounding environment will have been changed by Andreas, and all he can do is neutralize this energy. As Wendy gently plucked the strings, countless breezes spread around Wendy and met Andreas' energy ball. The terrifying energy exploded instantly. But what is strange is that the ice element and wind the elements, however, disappeared invisible under Wendy's breeze. It seems that I haven't regressed in these years. Wendy chuckled. He kept plucking the strings, and countless winds attacked Andreas under Wendy's control. Andreas was also not to be outdone. He roared loudly and generated a large amount of ice wind to resist Wendy's attack. The war between two demon god level warriors instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The Abyss Mage who had been following Sora before was completely stupid. Is this the strength of the seven gods? Why do they feel that Barbatos is so at ease when facing Andreas? Is it possible that Barbatos already wears the crown? Thinking of this, the Abyss Mage became more and more excited. The pollution of the Abyss is irresistible. On the continent of Teyvat, except for His Royal Highness the Prince and his blood relative, no one can resist the pollution of the Abyss. In other words, this wind god Barbatos will eventually become one of them. After wearing the crown, Barbatos also has benefits for them, which will make the world more polluted by the Abyss. For example, you can make Barbatos consume more divine power. At the moment, the Abyss Mage did not notify Kong, but directly urged the Golden King Beast to launch an attack on Barbatos. At the same time, the surrounding devices continued to extract the power of the Earth's veins, allowing the space passage of the Abyss to open, and a large number of beasts the Realm Hound came to this world under the summons of the Abyss Mage. From time to time, 1 or 2 Golden King Beasts would emerge from the space passage. Seeing this scene, Wendy's eyelids also jumped. Sure enough, these guys from the Abyss cult are crazy. In order to let themselves fall into the Abyss, are they ignoring it? However, he was not polite. While avoiding the attack of the Golden King Beast, he kept strumming the strings. A large amount of breeze swept through the Beast Realm Hounds below, turning those Beast Realm Hounds into dust. The battle on Wendy's side continued to heat up, and Mu Yang also encountered unexpected obstacles. Mu Yang did not expect that Kong would take the initiative to find him at this time. Logically speaking, Kong should be avoiding Ying at this time. Are you here for yourself? Kong, you are indeed here. Seeing Kong's arrival, Ying felt excited inside. This is the brother he dreams about. Even though she knew that the other party was probably in the Abyss, Ying became increasingly worried about the other party. Maybe the other party can enjoy the hot food and drink spicy food, but he is dining out and sleeping in the open air, but Ying believes that Kong will not watch him suffer. He just has his own plan. Now that he finally saw Kong, he could persuade the other party to stop that ridiculous plan. Sorry, Ying, I'm not here to find you. Kong glanced at Ying apologetically, then looked at Mu Yang and said, we meet again. I didn't expect that you are from another world like us. Outside. Song, what do you mean? Ying's pretty face fell instantly, she was not here to find herself. It seems that they are here to find Mu Yang. Can I still have this brother? Am I still your favorite sister? Ying, you have a journey that has just begun that you need to witness, and I will wait for you at the end of the journey. Kong glanced at Ying, without much explanation, and instead looked at Mu Yang, you are very special. You have begun to integrate into this world and merged your own power with Teyvat's power system. This is very similar to the path I once took and the path you are taking now. But you have to know that even if you start to integrate into the world may not welcome you. When you start to threaten the world, heaven will take action to eliminate you. Aren't you still alive? Mu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, good guy, can I kill myself? He pointed to the person next to him again and said, she is still alive, but her power has been sealed for 500 years. Mu Yang's words made Kong don't know what to say for a moment. Is this a matter of sealing or not? I am telling you that God does not welcome outsiders like us. We descendants should unite together before we can leave this world. Actually, I'm curious about one thing. Kenria should have nothing to do with you. What on earth pulled you into this? After all, you are not completely brainless. The power of the Abyss is so terrifying. You should know the dangers of introducing this power into Teyvat. Mu Yang tilted his head and looked at the sky curiously. The other party was eroded by the power of the Abyss, but it was not as deep as imagined. Regarding this, Mu Yang also had to lament that Ying and Kong's physiques were really special. The resistance to the Abyss is indeed powerful. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with the Abyss like Sora, he would have been completely eroded by the Abyss. Your information may be wrong. Kenria has indeed studied the Abyss. However, due to its own problems, this world has actually begun to be involved with the Abyss very early on. Kong Venian shook his head slightly and said, even the vicinity of the world has been infected by the power of the Abyss. 500 years ago, the Keeper of Heavenly Principles appeared and prevented Ying and I from leaving. I felt the erosion of the Abyss on her body. If my guess is correct, Tianli is also suffering from the erosion of the Abyss at this moment, and he is also likely to fall into the Abyss. Faced with such a situation, it is understandable for Kenria to study the power of the Abyss. Mu Yang was silent when he heard this. Good guy, Kong's intelligence ability is really good. 500 years ago, it was discovered that the maintainer of heavenly principles had been contaminated by the power of the Abyss. Wait a minute, you discovered it when you were blocked by the maintainers of heavenly principles, right? Mu Yang quickly discovered another blind spot and asked quickly. Well, I didn't participate in the original Kenria war. At that time, I went to Sumi to help Sumi deal with the disaster. Although I won, there was no chance of facing the Abyss in this world. Kong said, shaking his head slightly. But at that time, you still chose to help Sumi, right? Mu Yang said as his mind moved. After all, the large-scale eruption of the abyss is indeed related to us, and I can't really sit back and ignore it. Kong thought of the scene when he traveled to the 7 countries of Teyvat, and thought of his original I met a group of humans who were abandoned by their gods, or in other words, their gods were killed by other demon gods, and they lost the protection of their gods. Even without the protection of gods, those people still lived tenaciously. When the continent of Teyvat was occupied by the 7 earthly kingdoms, they chose to live an ignoble existence underground. They wanted to build a glory that belonged to humans, not gods. After witnessing the will of these people, Kong chose to join them, and he also admired the tenacious will of these people. In the establishment of Kenria, Kong also made great contributions. Of course, he himself did not agree with the king at that time to study the power of the abyss, but he did not want to really quarrel with those like-minded people. At that time, he chose to escape, but he did not expect that this would cause obstacles. Rhea brought destruction. He once thought about taking his sister and running away, but he was blocked by the laws of heaven and even sealed his own sister. Now he chooses to fight against the will of heaven and send his sister away before the world is destroyed. Seemingly worried that Mu Yang and Ying wouldn't believe it, Kong continued to add, the power of the abyss has been there for a long time, but for some reason, people in this world don't know about it. But there are many places you can look for yourself, and they are all witnesses. Mu Yang also fell into deep thought after hearing this. Wendy seemed to have said similar words to herself before. World Tree? You can go investigate when you have time. Even if you are a natural, there are still many mysteries on the continent of Teyvat that you need to explore by yourself. It seems very interesting. I will investigate it later. Mu Yang chuckled, and then said to Kamisato Ayaka and Yura, you can do whatever you want, right? I believe this Mr. Wei Kong will not stop it. In this regard, Sora just glanced at Yura and Kamisato Ayaka silently, without paying much attention. As far as the situation inside is concerned, there is no difference between the presence of these 2 people and the absence of these 2 people. Moreover, their fundamental purpose is to pollute the wind god Barbatos. Since these 2 people want to pass, let them pass. Seeing Sora's attitude, Kamisato Ayaka bowed to Mu Yang first, and then followed Yoshi towards the depths of the Benlang territory. Although there would be some problems with their safety without Mu Yang, neither of the 2 women were weak, so naturally they would not be willing to wait there. Sora's experience is created by the author himself based on the information in the current game. There may be errors, so don't take it too seriously. Chapter 157. Sora, give up your plan. No matter what the world is like, it should not be destroyed. If the abyss wants to pollute the world, we must help the world as much as possible. At this moment, I thought of what I saw and heard in Mondstadt. There are many friends worth making here, and there are countless kind people here. Such a beautiful world should not be destroyed by the abyss. Ying, we have witnessed too many worlds being destroyed by the abyss. This is irreversible, you should understand. Kong said to Ying in a deep voice. The 2 siblings are resistant to the power of the abyss, so they don't need to be particularly afraid of the abyss, but it's not good to have too much contact with the abyss. Kong doesn't want his sister to be like him. No, I will not give up until the last moment. You are wrong, Kong. Ying shook his head slightly, there will definitely be a way to solve Teyvat's predicament. Keqing, looking at the attitudes of these 2 brothers and sisters, I have a little more sense of identity with this daughter, and I do it even though I know I can't do it. She doesn't know that we all have the power to purify the abyss, but she still made such a choice. When she comes to Liu, I will treat her to dinner. Zhongli, witnessing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Similarly, there may be problems with our memory, but sometimes, when we really know the truth, we will only feel powerless. Asmodeus, it seems that I should have been more ruthless from the beginning. Mu Yang, at least we have a general understanding of Sora's intention, which is also good for us, isn't it? The Abyss cult seems to be the pawn of the Abyss, and there may be trouble during this period, but for us, it is also an opportunity, and we can use this to strengthen ourselves, so I hope everyone can seize the opportunity to earn points in the future. Lay movie, it's a pity that he's not in Mondstadt. Otherwise, he could have slashed with a knife, or slashed into the Abyss passage. Wendy, no need, Mondstadt can't bear your blow. Wendy, who was still in the middle of a fierce battle, was frightened at this time. She joked and asked Balzabe to chop him with a knife, and the Running Wolf territory would become the Running Wolf Canyon. Grandma Ping, you don't have to be anxious. It's not necessarily a bad thing if you didn't know it before. Now that you know it, you should work hard to contribute to the world. After all, Teyvat continent belongs to everyone. Gan Yu, it seems that I have to work hard to become stronger. The chat group started talking about Kong and Ying's words. At this time, Mu Yang suddenly said, "Once upon a time, there was a glorious kingdom in the sky. The king sent the first crown prince to the kingdom of darkness to find the pearl of creation. Thus, the first crown prince embarked on the road of pursuing pearls. But he was deceived and forgot his nobility. You think you are the king of the kingdom of darkness, but don't worry, the second crown prince is already on his way. This is your long journey, this is your song of pearls." His abrupt words made Ying and Kong look at each other for a moment. Kong quickly asked Mu Yang, "Where did you hear this song of pearls? Have you all heard of it?" Mu Yang was also curious at this time. "I don't know where I heard it, but this story suddenly came to my mind." Ying and Kong looked at each other, but Ying still explained to Mu Yang, "This was the first sentence that came to my mind after we came to the continent of Teyvat, and I fainted after that." Kong nodded slightly. "Ying fainted directly at the time, and I didn't think about it at the time. I just thought she was too tired and needed a good rest. After all, I didn't have anything wrong at the time. After settling her, I started my journey. However, when I hear you mention this sentence again now, I feel that it seems to be talking about me and Ying. Are you really the crown prince?" Mu Yang also became curious after hearing this. After all, the settings of Genshin Impact are often changed. It was just the Sumi version that was planned to be changed. A lot of content on the PV and the plot have undergone huge changes. For example, the plot of burning the world tree did not appear. To start, the PV is still very credible at the beginning, and many Genshin Impact players will also analyze the plot based on it. But later on, PV started to become unreliable. Many settings were changed again and again, which made Mu Yang feel very embarrassed. This is the real world, not the game world. No. Ying shook her head repeatedly. We have just traveled through many worlds and witnessed many worlds. Sora didn't answer Mu Yang, and seemed to be deep in thought. Tell me, do you want to beat up your brother and bring him back? Seeing Kong like this, Mu Yang asked Ying softly. Are you sure? Ying heard this and asked quickly. Mu Yang's strength is not weak, and is definitely not inferior to Kong. It would be great if he could capture Kong. Let's go. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. I can't do anything to him, and he shouldn't be able to do anything to me. If Wendy can help me resolve the battle at this time, I should be able to catch him. Ying Weinian also looked at Wendy's battlefield. Although the distance was far away, she could roughly feel the fluctuations of the battle there. That guy Wendy, doesn't it mean he doesn't have much strength? Such a terrifying wind element really has no strength? Haha, why don't you lie to ghosts? At this time, Ying wanted to catch Kong, but Kong had brought so much trouble to Mondstadt. Mond almost died before, and she really couldn't plead for mercy. For the sake of Kong's life, Ying still hesitated. One day, he must become as strong as Kong. No, he must become stronger than Kong. When the time comes, I will capture the space. The battle over there has begun, let's fight too. At this time, Mu Yang sent an invitation to Kong Kong. Are you sure? Kong frowned and looked at the location of Sky Island. This time he appeared here mainly to delay Mu Yang. The other party may not know the threat of Sky Island and will use various powers, but he knows it. If I use my power on Mondstadt's side, I am afraid that I will attract the attention of the maintainer of heavenly law. In order to prevent Mu Yang from ruining the plan, he came here. On the one hand, he wanted to see what kind of person Mu Yang was and whether there was any possibility of cooperation. On the other hand, he wanted to delay time. But he didn't expect that this guy would directly fight with him. Wasn't his previous hint not obvious enough? Also, what does it mean that you and my sister are whispering in front of me? You really think I'm blind? There's no way I would allow you to be a playboy like you and my sister. Fight as you like, I haven't fought against the strong men in this world yet. Mu Yang said, taking out Xian Yu's Daoguang, just control the strength. Kong Vinian also understood. It just so happened that he also wanted to test the opponent's depth. Although he didn't really fight with all his strength, it was also convenient for him to understand the opponent. At that moment, Kong directly took out the Sword of Advent. Wait, this sword. Ying looked at the sword of Advent and her pupils shrank slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Song, why is my sword of Advent over there with you?" No wonder she couldn't summon the Advent sword before. She thought it was because she didn't have enough strength to summon it. As a result, he was now on Sora's side, and Ying really wanted to call him good guy. She silently took out her edgeless sword, her face turning extremely dark. Thinking about how she used a bladeless sword to fight monsters during this time, she couldn't afford a better weapon for the Mora on her body. She even had to spend a lot of money on it because the bladeless sword was easy to break. Pull, to maintain the edgeless sword. As a result, the sword of his advent was not because his strength was sealed and could not be summoned, but because the sword was taken away by Sora. "I don't have a brother like you." Feeling Ying's gaze, Sora felt embarrassed in his heart. What should he do? He stole his sister's weapon and was discovered by her sister. What should he do? Give it back to Ying? It seems that Kong really can't do it for the time being. An excellent weapon has a huge bonus to him. I am used to using this sword. The worst thing to do is to find a way to find a weapon for Ying. Ying, a weapon that is too good will only make you slack off. Kong pretended to be serious and said, "When one day you can defeat a strong man with a god-level sword with a bladeless sword, you will understand my good intentions. You've worked hard." "Lin Yohao, haha, do you think I will believe it?" Ying sneered, looked at Mu Yang again and said, "Mu Yang, help me chop this BD to death, as long as you win. I promise you any condition." Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, "It seems interesting." As he said that, he accelerated towards Sora's position. The sword in his hand emitted thunderous light, and Sora quickly raised the sword of Advent to resist. Ding! The two separated at the first touch, and then quickly fought together. Both sides are at the level of the 7 gods, even the best among the 7 gods, and there is no doubt about their physical strength. Even if they don't use all their strength, such a battle is still extremely dazzling. They turned into 2 afterimages. Even Ying had a hard time locking the position and movements of the two with the naked eye. She could only use the sound to determine the fighting position of the two. But by the time she turned her eyes, the two of them were already there. Changed position. These two guys. Ying gritted her teeth when she saw this scene. In her heyday, she could not only be a spectator. At the same time, she also regretted a little, because what she said before was too full. What should I do if Mu Yang asks me to be his woman? Brothers, I can't hold it any longer. I've been reading 6 updates a day and 18,000 words recently, and my prostate is starting to hurt again. Chapter 158. I don't have any bad feelings towards Mu Yang, and I even have a good impression of him. If it is a strange man, it will be difficult for him to have a good impression of him. After all, as an immortal species, it is indeed difficult to like someone. But Mu Yang, like herself, came to this world from outside the world, which made Ying feel like she was a fallen person in the world. This gave Ying more recognition and even a sense of intimacy towards Mu Yang. There is no natural barrier between the two. Moreover, along the way, Mu Yang seems to have taken great care of herself, which will inevitably make Ying have a good impression of Mu Yang. The main reason is that my stinky brother is really inferior. It seems that a guy like Mu Yang, who has strength, good looks and a good personality, is indeed suitable as a lover. It's a pity that this guy is a bit of a scumbag. If you really become a lover, you must squeeze him dry, otherwise you will inevitably ruin yourself. Wait, what are you thinking? They obviously have no relationship now. The battle on Wendy's side continued, and this time, he also completely demonstrated his power as the wind god Barbatos. After all, he wears a crown, and his endless divine power is activated by him. From time to time, the Golden King Beast and the Beast Realm Hound are swept to death by thousands of wines. Even the mechanical Andreas was injured repeatedly under Wendy's attacks and fell into an absolute disadvantage. Of course, the Abyss Order was happy that Wendy showed such great strength. After all, they were using the power of the Abyss to pollute Barbatos. 320 The more Barbatos uses divine power on such a large scale, the more he will be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. Even if Barbatos cannot be completely plunged into the Abyss this time, what about next time? By the way, it seems that there is Duelin's heart on the other side of the Dragon's Back Snow Mountain, which can be used to make a mechanical Duelin. When the time comes, Barbatos will definitely need to take action again. He really doesn't believe it anymore. Barbatos can always maintain himself. Barbatos, Should I thank you, or should I resent you? I keep causing trouble for Mondstadt, and I feel pain and happiness at the same time. Judgment. Rua. With Diluc's roar, a fire phoenix burst out from under his sword and hit an oncoming Golden King beast head-on. Under the strong fire element attack, the fire phoenix launched by Diluc completely drowned the Golden King beast and burned Cai to death. Senior, your strength has improved again. Seeing this scene, Jean couldn't help but exclaimed. Compared to Diluc, it was not that easy for her to deal with the Golden King beast. You go deal with that Abyss Mage. The Abyss passage here is controlled by him. Diluc glanced at the space wormhole where monsters were still popping up and said in a deep voice, if this continues, the consequences will inevitably follow. There will also be quite a bit of trouble. Jean also nodded slightly when he heard the words. The maintenance of this kind of space wormhole will draw out the power of the Earth veins. Once the power of the Earth veins is excessively absorbed, it will affect the local environment and may even turn the Benlang leader into a desert. If you want to recover later, it cannot be achieved in a year and a half. The problem here must be solved. You can find the dungeon slowly, and you will have points sooner or later, but there can be no problems with the ley lines. Jean quickly headed towards the position of the Abyss Mage who was in charge of the space channel. Humph. Diluc wielded the wolf end sword and killed the monsters on the scene like chopping melons and vegetables. At this time, Yura and Kamisato Ayaka also arrived belatedly and joined the scene. In the midst of a fierce battle. Roar. Although Andreas was controlled by the Abyss cult, his pride as the Wolf King did not allow him to continue beating him. Especially the other party's body has the aura it hates. Damn Barbatos, you are teasing me so much, I will kill you. However, no matter how much Andreas exploded with elemental power, he was indeed suppressed steadily by Wendy, which was too much for bullying the wolf. Fortunately, Andreas now only has subconscious mind, otherwise he would be PD to death. Almost. Although Wendy also liked the feeling of such unscrupulous fighting. In the past, when he took action, he had to worry about the issue of divine power and the increased wear and tear, but these problems were gone. He didn't even know how much time he had without fighting like this. It seems good to fight like this once in a while. Following Wendy's thoughts, his body flew quickly in the direction of Andreas. Although Andreas quickly evaded, he was still not as good as Wendy, and was eventually killed directly by Wendy. Sitting on the back. The power of the Abyss. Wendy felt the rich aura of the Abyss on Andreas, and absorbed it directly without any politeness. This scene made the Abyss Mage watching the battle from a distance feel happy. He did not expect that at this time, Barbatos would choose to absorb the Abyss TS from Andreas into his own body. Is this seeking death? Or, in fact, Barbatos has noticed that he has been eroded by the power of the Abyss. At this time, he wants to leave a fighting force for Mond. After he falls into the Abyss, Andreas can protect Mond. Virtue? The Abyss Mage doesn't care about this. How are Andreas and Barbatos comparable? Immediately afterwards, the Abyss Mage also noticed that Jean was coming to his vicinity, and he was no match for her. Meng, BCFF, Da and these people are indeed quite powerful, but they should not be taken into consideration by His Highness, and it is time for him to retreat now. Jean kept coming towards the Abyss Mage with lightning speed, waving the long sword in her hand constantly, killing many beastland hounds that were surrounding him. It was a pity that just when she was about to reach Master Abyss left the place in an instant. Damn it, did you run away? Rao Shiken also cursed secretly when he saw Master Abyss leaving. This Abyss Mage is definitely at a high level in the Abyss Order, and he keeps causing trouble for Mondstadt. If they encounter him next time, he must get rid of him. However, Jean is Jean after all. She quickly calmed down her emotions and destroyed the space device on the side. The Abyss channel lost the maintenance of the device and slowly closed. This also made Jean slightly relieved. The next step is it's time to clear out the monsters of the Abyss. Ding ding dang dang. Mu Yang and Kong continued to attack each other, although they seemed to be very friendly when they spoke before. But in the real battle, the two of them didn't have much to spare, and it was extremely dangerous. During the continuous battle, Sora's expression became increasingly ugly. Damn it, I was used. There is nothing wrong with him wanting to test the opponent's strength, but the opponent is using him to practice his sword skills. At the beginning, Sora could clearly feel that although the opponent's sword skills were superb, they were also very unfamiliar. However, as the battle continued, Kong could feel that Mu Yang's sword skills were becoming more familiar at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his sword skills were becoming more and more exquisite. Moreover, Kong could also see that Mu Yang continued to improve his sword skills during the battle, and even copied his own sword skills and integrated them into his sword skills. At this time, Kong really wanted to take a breath of air conditioning. This person was so terrifying. He has seen many geniuses of all kinds, and he himself is also a genius, but at this time, Sora found that compared with Mu Yang, he was nothing. After once again distanced himself from Mu Yang, Kong also restrained his aura and said indifferently, "The battle is over here, it's time for me to leave." He can't continue to fight. If he continues to fight, his sword skills will be stolen. Why are there such evil people? Empty. Ying shouted softly upon seeing this. Ying, we still have a long time, so there is no need to come to me. We will meet again after you have witnessed this world. Kong took a step back, and a space passage appeared behind him, and he stepped directly into it. Among them, Ying fell silent upon seeing this. It seemed like she couldn't do anything now. Mu Yang watched this scene silently, and had no intention of chasing Sora. He just silently recorded the space punctuation points that Sora had previously transmitted. Are you kidding me? If you use spatial abilities in front of yourself? That is probably the base camp of the Abyss religion. Even if it is not the base camp, it is probably still a base. If you have the chance, you can take your daughter there for a stroll. As a spoiled sister, it is reasonable to rob your brother's property, right? Are you okay? Mu Yang put away the light for a moment, walked to Ying's side, patted her shoulder and said softly. It's okay. Ying shook his head slightly and said with an extremely firm expression, I will definitely stop him. The continent of Teyvat should not be destroyed by the Abyss. I will save this world. You want to save this world? Seeing Ying like this, Mu Yang looked at Ying leisurely. Well, not to mention that I can't just watch this world being destroyed by the Abyss. My friend sacrificed his life just for Sora's sake. I can't just sit back and ignore this world. I want to atone for what he did. Gang said firmly. The girl's face was so firm that Mu Yang couldn't help but lose consciousness. Maybe she was a traveler. Chapter 159. Keqing, Mu Yang, do you plan to include her in the group? Nowadays travelers seem to have this qualification, right? Wendy, hey, if someone like Traveler uses her power on the right path, she will become a light in this world. Mu Yang, when you encounter difficulties, as long as a question mark or exclamation mark appears on your head, a blonde fool will come to you thousands of miles away with her flying pet to help you solve your problems. Zhongli, I don't know why, even though I don't know much about the question marks and exclamation marks, they make me feel very relevant. Asmodeus, perhaps she will be a good assistant, but now more tests are needed. Her brother was like this at first. Mu Yang, understood, I won't join the chat group for the time being, but I still hope that the group members can improve their strength as soon as possible. By the way, the foundation building chapter has been uploaded, and everyone can practice after finishing the Chi training chapter. Keqing, so soon? Didn't you say a few days ago that it would take some time? Although she hasn't even completed the Chi training chapter, she has the foundation building chapter, which means that she also has hope of becoming an immortal. In my current situation, I am no match for Mu Yang, even if I use both hands and feet. This is completely different from what those teachers spread. Most of the time, I feel pain and happiness. When I become stronger, I should be able to solve a lot of problems. Question? Thinking of this, Keqing quickly arranged some work for the people below, and then ran to a sealed place that she knew from Zhongli before. There was an almost endless stream of demonic resentment below. From time to time there are demonic resentments popping up inside, which are usually handled by Yasha, but Keqing has been keeping an eye on it these past few days. After getting the skills from Zhongli, Keqing can also directly purify the inside through seals. With the resentment of the demon god, her points also skyrocketed. This also made Ningguang think about it, but it was a pity that she had to sit in the Cunyu pavilion, which really made Ningguang a little helpless. However, after Dai Luk learned about the effect of the evil eye, Ningguang also released the Eye Hunter. Order, specifically for the evil eye. She has plenty of Mora anyway. Mu Yang, after a battle, the mind will appear. It's good to fight like this occasionally, but it's a pity that it can't fire light cannons. Lay movie, what do you mean by this light cannon? Does it use a large amount of elemental power to attack? Mu Yang, you can consider it this way, but ordinary weapons seem to be unable to withstand such a huge elemental force. Thunder movie, what kind of weapon do you want? When Mu Yang saw Lei's movie like this, he remembered that this was a weapons master, and immediately explained some of the weapon concepts in Fate. Lei movie, let me study it. This is completely different from the current forging method on the continent of Teyvat, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Some demons themselves attack like this. Zhongli, that's true. It's a very interesting topic. I'll try it too. Both Zhongli and Lei Qianqian are gods who are very good at forging weapons. Even Wendy is equally good at forging weapons. There are some concepts that they just didn't know about before, and they didn't have the concept, so they wouldn't think of making them, but now that they have them, they can try them. By the way, there's still fighting on Wendy's side, we have to go there too. At this time, Ying also thought of the battlefield on the other side and quickly reminded Mu Yang. Perhaps his power may be of little use now, but Mu Yang can exert powerful power. Mu Yang and Wendy will definitely be able to solve these troubles quickly. Yeah. Okay. Mu Yang didn't mind this, I'll take you there. At that moment, he couldn't help but hug Ying's shoulders and flew towards Wendy and the others. Wait a minute, can't you teleport? Being hugged by Mu Yang like this, Ying couldn't adapt to it for a while and said quickly. Is this guy trying to eat his own tofu in a different way? Do you think there are no restrictions on such movement? Not to mention that this will consume a lot of elemental power, there are also huge problems with the ground lines of the Benlang territory, and space transfer is not very safe. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said. Hearing this, Ying also understood for a moment that at this time, helping Wendy and the others was what they should do. Although her strength is not strong, Teyvat was purified by her in the first place. This time, she should be able to help Wendy and the others, right? This is the sin caused by my brother, and I have the obligation and necessity to make up for it. The two of them soon came to the depths of Benlang territory, and the battle here was now coming to an end. Wolf King Andreas has been subdued and is now lying on the ground. Wendy keeps strumming the strings. The wind elements continue to strangle the powerful Golden King beast, and at the same time form wind eyes to help Diluc and God. Li Ayaka, Qin, and Eula gathered the nearby beastland hounds, so that they could output and slaughter these abyss monsters as much as they wanted. This. Ying was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Is this guy Wendy so powerful? This way of casually plucking the strings creates a wind field and controls all the hounds in the beast realm. Is this really the weakling Bardas from before? Didn't he say before that he didn't have much power? Why is it becoming so powerful now? Ying felt that he might not be able to defeat any of those Golden King beasts, but these Golden King beasts did not pose much of a threat to Wendy's wind element attacks. Is this the true strength of the seven gods? Even at his peak, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. Wendy, you are deceiving me again. The situation here is not very good. The blood of these Golden King beasts will pollute the earth veins here. In addition, the Abyss cult has absorbed a large amount of earth vein power in order to open the space channel. In the future, there will probably be no grass growing here. Mu Yang looked around and whispered softly. Polluting the ground. At this time, Ying also noticed that the corpses of the Golden King beasts were corroding the earth, and she frowned slightly. This aura made her feel a strong sense of uneasiness and disgust. Do you need my help? I should be able to purify it, but it may take a long time. Ying asked quickly. This was Sora's fault. Ying felt obligated to stay. Don't worry, Barbados will solve these problems. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. He knew that Wendy did this on purpose. I'm afraid he would disguise himself by then and portray him as the leader of the Abyss. It looks like all the pollution is absorbed. Asking for flowers. This will also make the Abyss cult convinced of his fall into the Abyss. Mu Yang is actually looking forward to this. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang looked at the demon dragon fighting Teyvat in the sky. Facing that demon dragon, even Teyvat did not have the slightest advantage. At that moment, Mu Yang did not hesitate and took out another weapon. A moment of light came out. He raised the sword high, endless thunder and lightning gathered, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. If you don't know better, you might think that this is Inazuma's god of thunder coming here. Teyvat felt the hair on his head stand on end. What on earth was going on? Why did such a terrifying guy appear? But soon, it heard the voice of Barbados in its ears. It followed the other party's instructions and distanced itself from Duke. At the same time, it looked at this with a playful look. Magic Dragon. This is a difficult opponent, but in the face of this blow, I am afraid I must die. Zero. After seeing Tawaran and the demonic dragon coming to distance themselves, Mu Yang did not hesitate and slashed out with the knife raised high. The extremely terrifying thunder and lightning slashed out along with the light of rice for a moment, and the terrifying energy instantly destroyed them. The dragon was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Ying beside her couldn't help but swallowed. She had seen Mu Yang take action before. The foolish doctor was instantly killed by Mu Yang, and his brother Kong, Mu Yang seemed to have an advantage in swordsmanship. But now facing the demon dragon, which was no weaker than Valen, Mu Yang took action, and then the opponent was gone. Although the results haven't come out yet, Keqing has no doubt that the magic dragon is dead. And because of Mu Yang's knife, a huge ravine was cut in the Benlang territory. It was about 1,000 meters long, more than 5 meters deep, and 2 meters wide. Compared with the Wuxiang blade narrow room cut by Lei movie, there is still quite a distance. Wendy, thank you Mu Yang for showing mercy. Dai look, show mercy. Isn't this all your strength? Ye Shenzi, isn't this the Wuxiang sword of my shadow? I didn't expect that the shadow would even teach you this. Lei movie, it's not Wuxiang's sword. He doesn't have that kind of perception. He has his own perception. Moreover, this canyon does not have a strong thunder element. But I have a feeling that if he uses it with all his strength, it will not be worse than my Wuxiang sword, and it will be stronger than mine in the future. Qin, thank you, Mr. Mu Yang, for showing mercy. Mu Yang, well, it's not bad. It's okay to attack like this occasionally. As for this ravine, it shouldn't have any impact on Mondstadt, right? I don't think the destructive power is as great as Kelly. After all, he has restrained his own power. Qin, Kelly. How can Kelly compare with you? You guys think so highly of Kelly, I'm very panicked. Many people say that the strength of Ying and Kong surpasses the 7 gods. It seems that some novels are also like this. They say that they can fight the maintainer of heaven's law. But when I look at the plot at the beginning, isn't it true that the twins are suppressed by the maintainer of heaven's law? After the fight, don't you have the strength to fight back? Looking forward to 4.1, it feels like the water god sacrificed his IQ to protect Fontaine. B. Chapter 159. Keqing, Mu Yang, do you plan to include her in the group? Nowadays travelers seem to have this qualification, right? Wendy, hey, if someone like Traveler uses her power on the right path, she will become a light in this world. Mu Yang, when you encounter difficulties, as long as a question mark or exclamation mark appears on your head, a blonde fool will come to you thousands of miles away with her flying pet to help you solve your problems. Zhongli, I don't know why, even though I don't know much about the question marks and exclamation marks, they make me feel very relevant. Asmodeus, perhaps she will be a good assistant, but now more tests are needed. Her brother was like this at first. Mu Yang, understood, I won't join the chat group for the time being, but I still hope that the group members can improve their strength as soon as possible. By the way, the foundation building chapter has been uploaded, and everyone can practice after finishing the Qi training chapter. Keqing, so soon? Didn't you say a few days ago that it would take some time? Although she hasn't even completed the Qi training chapter, she has the foundation building chapter, which means that she also has hope of becoming an immortal. In my current situation, I am no match for Mu Yang, even if I use both hands and feet. This is completely different from what those teachers spread. Most of the time, I feel pain and happiness. When I become stronger, I should be able to solve a lot of problems. Question? Thinking of this, Keqing quickly arranged some work for the people below, and then ran to a sealed place that she knew from Zhongli before. There was an almost endless stream of demonic resentment below. From time to time there are demonic resentments popping up inside, which are usually handled by Yasha, but Keqing has been keeping an eye on it these past few days. After getting the skills from Zhongli, Keqing can also directly purify the inside through seals. With the resentment of the demon god, her points also skyrocketed. This also made Ningguang think about it, but it was a pity that she had to sit in the Cunyu pavilion, which really made Ningguang a little helpless. However, after Dai Luk learned about the effect of the evil eye, Ningguang also released the Eye Hunter. Order, specifically for the evil eye. She has plenty of Mora anyway. Mu Yang, after a battle, the mind will appear. It's good to fight like this occasionally, but it's a pity that it can't fire light cannons. Lay movie, what do you mean by this light cannon? Does it use a large amount of elemental power to attack? Mu Yang, you can consider it this way, but ordinary weapons seem to be unable to withstand such a huge elemental force. Thunder movie, what kind of weapon do you want? When Mu Yang saw Lay's movie like this, he remembered that this was a weapons master, and immediately explained some of the weapon concepts in Fate. Lay movie, let me study it. This is completely different from the current forging method on the continent of Teyvat, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Some demons themselves attack like this. Zhongli, that's true. It's a very interesting topic. I'll try it too. Both Zhongli and Lei Qianqian are gods who are very good at forging weapons. Even Wendy is equally good at forging weapons. There are some concepts that they just didn't know about before, and they didn't have the concept, so they wouldn't think of making them, but now that they have them, they can try them. By the way, there's still fighting on Wendy's side, we have to go there too. At this time, Ying also thought of the battlefield on the other side and quickly reminded Mu Yang. Perhaps his power may be of little use now, but Mu Yang can exert powerful power. Mu Yang and Wendy will definitely be able to solve these troubles quickly. Yet. Okay. Mu Yang didn't mind this, I'll take you there. At that moment, he couldn't help but hug Ying's shoulders and flew towards Wendy and the others. Wait a minute, can't you teleport? Being hugged by Mu Yang like this, Ying couldn't adapt to it for a while and said quickly. Is this guy trying to eat his own tofu in a different way? Do you think there are no restrictions on such movement? Not to mention that this will consume a lot of elemental power, there are also huge problems with the ground lines of the Benlang territory, and space transfer is not very safe. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said. Hearing this, Ying also understood for a moment that at this time, helping Wendy and the others was what they should do. Although her strength is not strong, Teyvat was purified by her in the first place. This time, she should be able to help Wendy and the others, right? This is the sin caused by my brother, and I have the obligation and necessity to make up for it. The two of them soon came to the depths of Benlang territory, and the battle here was now coming to an end. Wolf King Andreas has been subdued and is now lying on the ground. Wendy keeps strumming the strings. The wind elements continue to strangle the powerful Golden King beast, and at the same time form wind eyes to help Diluc and God. Li Ayaka, Qin, and Eula gathered the nearby beastland hounds, so that they could output and slaughter these abyss monsters as much as they wanted. This. Ying was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Is this guy Wendy so powerful? This way of casually plucking the strings creates a wind field and controls all the hounds in the beast realm. Is this really the weakling Bardas from before? Didn't he say before that he didn't have much power? Why is it becoming so powerful now? Ying felt that he might not be able to defeat any of those Golden King beasts, but these Golden King beasts did not pose much of a threat to Wendy's wind element attacks. Is this the true strength of the seven gods? Even at his peak, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. Wendy, you are deceiving me again. The situation here is not very good. The blood of these Golden King beasts will pollute the earth veins here. In addition, the Abyss Cult has absorbed a large amount of earth vein power in order to open the space channel. In the future, there will probably be no grass growing here. Mu Yang looked around and whispered softly. Polluting the ground. At this time, Ying also noticed that the corpses of the Golden King beasts were corroding the earth, and she frowned slightly. This aura made her feel a strong sense of uneasiness and disgust. Do you need my help? I should be able to purify it, but it may take a long time. Ying asked quickly. This was Sora's fault. Ying felt obligated to stay. Don't worry, Barbados will solve these problems. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. He knew that Wendy did this on purpose. I'm afraid he would disguise himself by then and portray him as the leader of the abyss. It looks like all the pollution is absorbed. Asking for flowers. This will also make the abyss cult convinced of his fall into the abyss. Mu Yang is actually looking forward to this. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang looked at the demon dragon fighting Teyvat in the sky. Facing that demon dragon, even Teyvat did not have the slightest advantage. At that moment, Mu Yang did not hesitate and took out another weapon. A moment of light came out. He raised the sword high, endless thunder and lightning gathered, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. If you don't know better, you might think that this is Inazuma's god of thunder coming here. Teyvat felt the hair on his head stand on end. What on earth was going on? Why did such a terrifying guy appear? But soon, it heard the voice of Barbatos in its ears. It followed the other party's instructions and distanced itself from Duke. At the same time, it looked at this with a playful look. Magic Dragon. This is a difficult opponent, but in the face of this blow, I am afraid I must die. Zero. After seeing Tawaran and the demonic dragon coming to distance themselves, Mu Yang did not hesitate and slashed out with the knife raised high. The extremely terrifying thunder and lightning slashed out along with the light of rice for a moment, and the terrifying energy instantly destroyed them. The dragon was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Ying beside her couldn't help but swallowed. She had seen Mu Yang take action before. The foolish doctor was instantly killed by Mu Yang, and his brother Kong, Mu Yang seemed to have an advantage in swordsmanship. But now facing the demon dragon, which was no weaker than Valen, Mu Yang took action, and then the opponent was gone. Although the results haven't come out yet, Keqing has no doubt that the magic dragon is dead. And because of Mu Yang's knife, a huge ravine was cut in the Benlang territory. It was about 1,000 meters long, more than 5 meters deep, and 2 meters wide. Compared with the Wuxiang blade narrow room cut by Lei movie, there is still quite a distance. Wendy, thank you Mu Yang for showing mercy. Dai look, show mercy? Isn't this all your strength? Ye Shenzi, isn't this the Wuxiang sword of my shadow? I didn't expect that the shadow would even teach you this. Lei movie, it's not Wuxiang's sword. He doesn't have that kind of perception. He has his own perception. Moreover, this canyon does not have a strong thunder element. But I have a feeling that if he uses it with all his strength, it will not be worse than my Wuxiang sword, and it will be stronger than mine in the future. Qin, thank you, Mr. Mu Yang, for showing mercy. Mu Yang, well, it's not bad. It's okay to attack like this occasionally. As for this ravine, it shouldn't have any impact on Mondstadt, right? I don't think the destructive power is as great as Kelly. After all, he has restrained his own power. Qin, Kelly. How can Kelly compare with you? You guys think so highly of Kelly, I'm very panicked. Many people say that the strength of Ying and Kong surpasses the 7 gods. It seems that some novels are also like this. They say that they can fight the maintainer of heaven's law. But when I look at the plot at the beginning, isn't it true that the twins are suppressed by the maintainer of heaven's law? After the fight, don't you have the strength to fight back? Looking forward to 4.1, it feels like the water god sacrificed his IQ to protect Fontaine. B. Chapter 161. Since we want to go against the law of heaven, we must first target the minions of the law of heaven and the maintainers of the law of heaven. She was confident before that the other party had fallen into a deep sleep, but now she was awakened by an Ajama's incident. She didn't feel that she was being watched, so what about the other gods? She felt that she needed to test Morix's attitude. If the other party was willing to cooperate, then there was still hope for the heart of the rock god. If the other party was unwilling to cooperate, then they would need to make other plans. In this matter, the ice god really can't blame Balzabe. After all, if this matter really needs to be settled, it is still a matter of skirmishers and doctors. Some things among the fools are indeed crazy, and she understands that, but she is willing to do anything to change the world. When she made this determination, her life and that of the entire country could be given up. Does that Barbatos guy want to remind himself that he can cut off the fools this morning? But why is this? Obviously at the beginning, he actually acquiesced to his plan. After pondering for a moment, Ice God warned Rosalind again, the murder of Dr. Slice this time must be related to you, right? The lady admitted directly without hesitation, compared with Barbatos's message, a slice of the doctor's is not impossible to part with. Well, I understand. Don't tell anyone about this matter. I don't know if the doctor knows about it. Just treat it as if it never happened and be careful next time, doctor. Ice God, I wanted to tell Rosalind. Yes. Be careful, doctor. It seems that the doctor is very problematic. Has Her Majesty the Queen begun to have objections to the doctor? For Rosalind, this is definitely a good thing. Mond, Angel's gift. See Mu Yang, Dai Look, Ying, Kamisato Ayaka, Qin, Wendy, Yura, Kelly and Barbara are having dinner here at the moment. Mr. Mu Yang, when did you come? Are you here to help solve Mondstadt's predicament? Barbara asked with joy when she saw Mu Yang. Well, Actually I sent Kelly here yesterday, but because of something, I went back first and came back today. Seeing Barbara, Mu Yang showed a sunny smile on his face. Needless to say, Mu Yang like this does have a different kind of attraction to a girl like Barbara who is just starting to fall in love. After all, don't girls all like gentle scum who look like humans and dogs? That's it. Barbara also showed a hint of understanding when she heard this. It's such a pity that I didn't see you yesterday. By the way, do you want to go back today? Having said this, Barbara looked at Mu Yang with eyes full of expectation. Seeing Barbara like this, Qin also sighed silently in her heart. At this time, she didn't know whether it was better to encourage Barbara or to dissuade Barbara. After all, the relationship between Mu Yang and Thunder God Myangxia is well known to everyone. Stealing a man from a god is indeed a bit exaggerated. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that Liu's Keqing did it too. Since Keqing has such confidence, why can't Barbara? Qin didn't think that Barbara was really any worse than Keqing. In terms of looks and status, there is no difference between the two parties. Although Barbara is still a little green, Qin believes that Barbara's appearance will never be worse than hers. The biggest gap between the two sides at present is probably the strength between Keqing and Barbara. Even Qin has to admit that Barbara is indeed not suitable for fighting. Even if she had joined the chat group before, this might still be the case. But for a god like Mu Yang, does combat strength really make any difference? Keqing is a workaholic, which is somewhat similar to herself, but when a man is looking for a wife, he should prefer someone like Barbara who can take care of others, right? What Qin is worried about is a powerful being like Mu Yang really suitable for Barbara? When I was young, I met a very outstanding man. In the future, every time I met another man, I would subconsciously compare the two men. In the end, I found helplessly that none of them seemed to be as good as him. As a sister, Qin was worried about Barbara getting hurt, but seeing Barbara like this, Qin couldn't stop Barbara. I have to stay in Mondstadt for the time being today, and I have to trouble Captain Qin again. Mu Yang glanced at Qin and said. This point has been discussed before. Is that so? It's really great. The room you stayed in before, Mr. Mu Yang, has always remained the same. Barbara said with joy. Thank you, Barbara. Mu Yang subconsciously put his hand on Barbara's head, making Barbara's heart feel warm. It was this feeling that made him miss the warmth these days. When other people around saw this scene, they had mixed feelings. For example, Kamisato Ayaka, it would be great if Master Mu Yang could do this to me. Ying, this guy Mu Yang is really a playboy. This technique of seducing girls is really amazing. You have to be careful, just in case you are successful in being seduced by Mu Yang. In this way, aren't you going to fall if you come? Another example is Eula, humph, you touched other girls' heads in front of me. I'll take note of this grudge. It's nothing. After all, you are my sister's distinguished guest, and you have helped Mond a lot before. As if she felt the eyes of the people around her, Barbara took half a step back and said with embarrassment. By the way, this time, we found a human experiment base for fools in Mondstadt. What should we do? Sensing her sister's embarrassment, Qin quickly asked Wendy. Fortunately, everyone here knows Wendy's true identity, so there is no need to hide it. Well, Kelly doesn't know, but she doesn't need to care. She doesn't understand what they are talking about either. Yes, that fool's executive officer is bad. Paimon, who was eating fried chicken with Kelly on the other side, nodded repeatedly. This fried chicken was made by Mu Yang before and was arranged by Dailuk. Not to mention, it was quite popular among the people present. In Wendy's words, when he used to drink wine, he didn't like to pair it with other foods, but fried chicken is different. Fried chicken goes well with wine. Doctor. Dailuk gritted his teeth after hearing the words of several people. That was his father-killing enemy, but it was a pity that he died this time. Otherwise, he would definitely make the doctor feel the pain that life would be worse than death. After this battle, several people gained a lot of points, and it seemed that no one suffered a loss. Mu Yang and his team gained points, Andreas gained his own body, and the Abyss Order believed that they had made Barbatos, the god of wind, sink deeper into the abyss. All parties have a bright and brilliant future. Doctor. Wendy narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Let's explain this to the fools and ask them to completely withdraw from Mondstadt. Just say that if they don't want to, Mond doesn't mind a complete alliance with Ina wife. Wendy's words made several people present look slightly disappointed. Mond and Dayaji have formed an alliance, and now they all know that everyone in the chat group has the same position. Because there is a Mu Yang behind him, even Mondstadt and Dayazu, relatively weak countries, are not afraid of the Winter Kingdom. I just don't want trouble and want to take advantage of this time to develop myself well. However, on the surface, the relationship between Mondstadt and Inajima is not very good, but because of the relationship between the Solstice Kingdom and the Winter Kingdom, it seems understandable that the two have reached an alliance. Even those in the Winter Kingdom can probably understand it. After all, Mond and Dao's wife were both tricked by the kingdom of Shutu. Yes. Hearing Wendy's words, Qin's heart became excited. As the acting leader of the Knights of the West Wind, Qin also dislikes the Winter Kingdom and the fools. These guys are usually arrogant and unscrupulous. What happened to Dai Luk's father was also planned by fools, plus the Black Fire case. If possible, Qin would have driven the fools out. It was only because the members of the Knights of the West Wind were now on an expedition, and the gap in military strength between the two sides was too great, plus they were worried about the relationship between the two countries, that Qin was restrained. Only God can truly decide the relationship between two countries. Moreover, their strength is also pretty good. After this round of scoring points, Qin and others have gained a lot of points. Each of them started with at least 100,000 points. This was definitely the day when they accidentally joined the chat group and gained the most points. If all these points are used to practice the Qilian chapter, you will definitely be able to succeed in the Qilian chapter. I just don't know if they can cultivate to the foundation building chapter. Once they reach the foundation building chapter, they will become the level of immortals in Liu. By then, they no longer need to restrain their hands even when faced with the executive officers of the fools. It's a pity that not enough people from Mondstadt have joined the chat group. Kaya is related to Kenria, so it is destined to be impossible to join the group. As for other people, there seem to be few people who are qualified to join the group. After they had almost eaten, Mu Yang, Kamisato Ayaka, Ying, Paimon, Barbara, Qin and Kelly also returned to Qin's house. Although there were a lot of things to deal with today, even Qin felt tired after a big battle. She rarely gave herself a day off. Mr. Mu Yang, can I ask you a favor? When Mu Yang was about to go to the room to rest, Qin hesitated and asked Mu Yang. The author is a big fan of silk. Although I don't hate white silk, I can't get enough of the author's XP. The girl I like in real life seems to like white silk. Chapter 162. If you have anything, just say it directly. Seeing Qin like this, Mu Yang also smiled dumbly. We are our own people, and I will try my best to help wherever I can. When she heard Mu Yang mention the words own, a blush appeared on Qin's pretty face. Although she also understood what happened to this so-called one of her own, hearing Mu Yang say this made even Qin think about it. What's more, Mu Yang doesn't seem to be a single-minded man, and the Thunder and Lightning General doesn't seem to care about Mu Yang's ambiguous relationship with Keqing. During this time, Qin could indeed feel that Mu Yang's eyes always liked to look behind her, which also made Kinman shy. Of course, with Mu Yang's help to Mondstadt, Qin herself doesn't know how to thank Mu Yang. She can only work hard to improve Mondstadt's overall strength, so that she can help Shi Yang when the abyss invades in the future. Qin organized her thoughts and said to Mu Yang, my friend Lisa, you have met her before. When she was studying abroad in Sumi, she was exposed to forbidden knowledge, which resulted in her not being in very good health. Although he did not suffer from demon scale, his physical condition was not much better than that of demon scale. This also resulted in her always needing a lot of rest and being unable to participate in the battle. Because of the previous battle outside Mondstadt, Lisa also joined the battle, which caused Lisa's condition to worsen. I wonder if her problem can be solved. Lisa. Mu Yang was also stunned when he heard this. Lisa didn't seem to come over at the celebration banquet. At that time, Mu Yang didn't care. After all, he also knew about Lisa's poor health. After the battle, Lisa really needed to rest, but he didn't expect that Lisa's condition was worse than imagined. Yes, at first I thought the forbidden knowledge had affected her, and I wanted to help her solve the problem, but it didn't work. Qin Yi said pointedly. After all, Ying, Paimon and Barbara were here, so it was hard for her to talk about the chat group. In this regard, she was still very secretive. Barbara, her sister, didn't say anything, and Lisa's best friend, Qin, didn't say anything either. Can't it be solved? Mu Yang was also shocked when he heard this. If his purification ability cannot purify forbidden knowledge, it will not be a good thing for the continent of Teyvat. It is necessary to observe it yourself. That seems to be a curse, but this curse is not caused by forbidden knowledge, but more like a curse of this world. Qin considered the words and said, "This is Lord Barbato's explanation. Then you need to meet Lisa to know this. I have met Lisa before, but when I met Lisa, I did not feel the presence of forbidden knowledge or the abyss breath from the other party." Mu Yang showed a thoughtful look. "Is it convenient to go see Lisa at this time?" "Sorry, it's a little late. Can you do it tomorrow?" "I'll bring Lisa here. Now she has to sleep for more than 16 hours. Qin hesitated for a moment, but still looked at Mu Yang cautiously and said expectantly. She was asking Mu Yang, but now there were so many requests, and Qin was a little embarrassed. "It's okay. If it really doesn't work, I can go there in person." Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, "I am also curious about Lisa's situation now." "No, I will bring her here tomorrow morning." Qin added seriously, "This is what it should be. She is not completely unable to move, she just needs to rest." Yet, Mu Yang did not refuse after hearing this. The next day, Mu Yang rarely got up early in the morning. He even forgot how long it had been since he had gotten up so early. "Ever since I went to Dao Wife, it seems to have been like this. Dao Wife has thunder movies and Li Yu has clear skies. Even if it's just hugging, it's good." Because of Mu Yang, Keqing now starts to stay in bed occasionally, of course, only when Mu Yang is around. However, although there are many girls in Qin's family, there is no one she can hold in her arms to fall asleep. Kamisato Ayaka might be able to do it, but she's not ready yet, and Mu Yang won't be too anxious, not to mention, this is someone else's home. Morning. When Mu Yang walked out of the room, Barbara and Kamisato Ayaka were already busy in the kitchen, and Qin and Lisa were also waiting for Mu Yang in the living room. "Mu Yang, long time no see." Lisa didn't know Mu Yang's true identity, but because Mu Yang had helped Mond, Lisa had a good impression of Mu Yang. "Long time no see, Lisa." Mu Yang nodded slightly. "Can you let me see your body?" "Piano, Lisa, what kind of rhetoric is this? I mean, is it convenient for me to see your physical condition?" Mu Yang noticed something wrong with his wording and quickly changed his words. "Yes." Lisa smiled, "Of course, little brother, if you want to see my sister's body, it's not impossible." Mu Yang rolled his eyes at Lisa speechlessly, saying that Lisa was really not Mu Yang's cup of tea. But after this incident, he didn't mind bringing Lisa into the group. If her problems can be solved, Lisa's combat power is still very strong. This can be seen from the performance of the previous battle. It's a pity that Lisa has great restrictions. Otherwise, she could also be a Mondstadt little thunder god. After all, this is about using one's own efforts to weaken the existence of the rich family. It is said that during the closed beta period, Aunt Lisa had a Super C, and her output exploded. For this reason, she had to modify the element multipliers of all thunder elements. Otherwise, Keqing would not have been able to scratch like this in the early stage, until the big version of Sumi appeared. I think back then, he also relied on Keqing, Nahida, 97 Shinobi, and Manyo to form a team to kill Abyss. Asking why, we can obviously form a better lineup, why not use it? Of course it's because he truly loves Keqing. Apart from this lineup, it's really hard to see Keqing's lineup that can kill through the Abyss. The Jade Emperor is indeed very powerful, but she doesn't have a wet nurse. The error tolerance rate too low. Mu Yang did not give Lisa a chance to speak too much. He put his hand on Lisa's head and slowly observed her. Sure enough, Lisa's body didn't have any big problems, and she didn't have any forbidden knowledge. No wonder Qin said that she couldn't help Qin through the chat group, because she didn't have any forbidden knowledge at all. Even Lisa's body is relatively healthy and not as bad as imagined. Faced with Mu Yang's rude behavior, Lisa did not resist at all and just allowed Mu Yang to investigate. Lisa knew her own situation, and she had no expectations for her own situation. If she didn't fight, Lisa felt that she could live for 10 or 20 years. But if it was a fight, her life would be reduced almost every time she fought. But before, outside Mondstadt, she had to fight, even if she knew the consequences would be serious. Mondstadt was her home, and Qin was her best friend. She could not watch Qin and the others fight in a bloody battle while she watched the show from behind. As for now, it seems to be pretty good. She feels that she can live for a few more years. Moreover, Jean has made other good friends now, such as Eula and the others. Even if she is gone one day, Jean will not be lonely, there will be someone to accompany her. After a long time, Mu Yang also let go of Lisa's head. Feeling Jean's earnest gaze, Mu Yang did not hide it and said directly, Lisa's body is very healthy. Although she can't compare with you, she is relatively ordinary. Man, she is considered healthy. I also noticed this, but why did she become like this? Jean asked quickly. It should be the soul. Mu Yang said with some uncertainty, the main reason is that I have never seen the forbidden knowledge. How to solve it specifically, I also need to go to Sumi to study the forbidden knowledge. I advise you not to come into contact with forbidden knowledge. I know that your strength is likely to reach that of a demon god, but according to my investigation, there were also gods, Li Hao, who fell because of forbidden knowledge. Lisa said with a serious look, there used to be 3 gods in Sumeru, and the most powerful god among them was called Yaya. There are rumors that he is the most powerful god, and there are also rumors that his strength is not inferior to that of the Rock King Emperor of Liu. Perhaps this is an exaggeration. After all, most of the rumors come from Sumeru and the desert. The people of the desert were once followers of the Red King. But according to my investigation, it is very likely that his strength is really not inferior to the original gods. And he died because of forbidden knowledge. I know, Red King Akamar. Mu Yang nodded slightly. Not only did the Red King die from forbidden knowledge, but even the death of the Flower King and the Great Mercy Tree King were more or less related to the forbidden knowledge. Jean was completely shocked at this time. She didn't know much about forbidden knowledge, she just knew that Lisa became like this because of forbidden knowledge. But he didn't expect that the forbidden knowledge was so terrifying. If you think about it this way, even the power of the abyss is not that great. Oh, by the way, the Grass Dragon King is also infected with forbidden knowledge, and now he is worse than dead. Mu Yang continued to add without surprising. Chapter 163. Mu Yang's words hit Jean's heart directly. She had already predicted the horror of forbidden knowledge before, but she did not expect that it would be so terrifying. So can Mu Yang solve this forbidden knowledge? It seems that forbidden knowledge is more terrifying than imagined. I shouldn't have been so curious in the first place. Lisa said with a wry smile. I have never encountered taboo knowledge. I need to study and observe taboo knowledge. Of course, you don't need to have too much psychological pressure. After all, I am going to study the forbidden knowledge myself, even without you. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Mu Yang comforted the two of them. Be careful, that knowledge is very dangerous. If you find anything wrong, cut it off immediately. Seeing Mu Yang like this, Lisa did not dissuade her. If the other party goes to Sumi, they may actually come into contact with forbidden knowledge, especially since the current situation in Sumi is not optimistic. Even with the help of the fools, Sumi's situation was not much better. Not only are there more and more monsters caused by the disorder of the Earth's veins, but it is also related to the increasing number of dead areas. Many patients with demon scale disease can no longer hold on. This is also the saddest thing. Although Lisa didn't have a good impression of some people in the order, she still had some feelings for Sumi. It's not an exaggeration to consider it my second hometown, but the current situation there seems to be even more difficult than Mondstadt. I understand. Mu Yang was unwilling to say more on this matter, and then asked Qin, where are Ying and Paimon? They went out very early. She wanted to go to Benlang Leader to see if there were any leaked abyss monsters. Qin said helplessly, if possible, I really don't want to see her working so hard. At least her heart will be satisfied, right? Mu Yang shrugged. Soon, Kamisato Iya 990 Hwa and Barbara brought the breakfast. Looking at the Mondstadt style, Deazua style, and even Liu style breakfast, Mu Yang also nodded slightly, they were all his favorites. Food. The little maid Kamisato Ayaka is becoming more and more capable. Of course, Barbara is also good. In terms of personality, Barbara is indeed more suitable as a girlfriend than Qin. After all, Qin works too much and is often too busy to go home. A very good breakfast. Mu Yang saw Barbara's expectant eyes and made his own evaluation. As long as you like Mu Yang, you can come and eat at any time in the future. Barbara also had a happy smile on her face after hearing this. It seems that being praised like this is the happiest thing in the world. It's just that she seems to have forgotten that she is still a priest now. Wake up, your Lord Barbados is crying. Well, I welcome you to come to Liu at any time. You don't have anything to do usually, right? Mu Yang looked at Barbara curiously. This Mondstadt idol must have been idle during this period. He is a prayer priest or something. He has a special status. Apart from praying, he doesn't seem to have anything to do. As for praying to Barbados, there is no problem in Liu, right? Going to Liu. Barbara fell into deep thought. Mu Yang is a good friend of Lord Barbados. If he went to Liu, Lord Barbados wouldn't be angry, right? But thinking about the affairs of the West Wind Church during this period, Barbara said helplessly, sorry, Mu Yang, I may not be able to go to Liu for the time being. There are a lot of things going on in the West Wind, BCBB, Church recently. Qin was also worried about Mu Yang's misunderstanding, and quickly explained, during this period, people from the Fools and the Abyss Order have been sneaking into Mondstadt, and the West Wind Church cannot just sit back and ignore them. Barbara's status in the West Wind Church is not low, so she needs to learn something there. Mu Yang understood clearly after hearing this. Just as Qin said, Barbara's status in the West Wind Church is transcendent. Even though her parents were divorced, the problem of Barbara's bloodline still couldn't be changed. Just like Qin can easily become the acting leader of the Knights of the West Wind. Although Qin's own excellence and hard work are part of this, her identity is also a huge bonus. Barbara's father, Simon Page, is the bishop of the West Wind Church, and her mother, Frederica, comes from the Gunhild family. Although the current head of the Gunhild family does not have the Eye of God, he is not very powerful. Weak, it has a huge influence on the entire Mondstadt. Sister Qin is the acting leader of the Knights of the West Wind, and she is also the acting leader who can be recognized by Lord Barbados. In the minds of most people in Mondstadt, Qin is no longer the acting leader, but the official leader. This identity and background gave Barbara a unique advantage, and Barbara was destined to be specially trained. Of course, Barbara herself is also very powerful. In the entire Mondstadt, there is no one better than Barbara in terms of healing ability. And because Barbara has saved countless people with her healing abilities, this also makes Barbara more worthy of being trained. I can understand it. Mu Yang hesitated, but still pulled Barbara and Lisa into the chat group. Ding, congratulations to Barbara and Lisa for joining the chat group. Yora, hey, are they Barbara and Lisa? Welcome. Wendy, welcome both of you. Keqing, are you Lisa, the Rose Witch of the Knights of the West Wind, and Barbara from the Church of the West Wind? You are welcome to join us. Kamisato Ayaka, welcome both of you to join us. Looking at the messages in the chat group, Barbara and Lisa looked at each other, then looked at Qin, Mu Yang and Kamisato Ayaka in disbelief. Soon, Lisa was the first to feel relieved. I see, no wonder Qin, your strength has improved so much during this time. No wonder you and Eula often act together. It turns out you both joined such a chat group. Qin said slightly apologetically, sorry, I don't want to hide it from you, but the existence of this chat group cannot be exposed. Lisa nodded slightly and said, at this point, I understand that the ability to purify the Abyss is too special. If the news is leaked, the Abyss Order will probably want to destroy Mondstadt and destroy you at all costs. At the same time, Lisa glanced at Mu Yang thoughtfully. She had previously suspected that Mu Yang was actually one of the 7 gods in disguise. Even the rock god Morix next door, but now it's different. Lisa thinks that the other person may be a more special existence. However, this is a good thing for the continent of Teyvat. Isn't Lord Barbados also involved here? When you are free, you can try practicing the Qilian chapter. This may help you extend your life. Mu Yang reminded Lisa. Qi training chapter? I understand, thank you. Lisa did not refuse after hearing this. As for how to obtain points, she did not ask. If you can't even do this, then the price is too low. She just can't use too much power to fight, but if she is dealing with some monsters, there is still no problem. Maybe, this will really be the way to recover. But Barbara was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that her sister had such a relationship with Mu Yang and the others, and she was so much later than her sister. However, after practicing this Qi training chapter, can I become stronger? At that time, I can also help my sister and Yang. Thinking of this, Barbara also started to look forward to it. She wants to become stronger. Seeing Barbara like this, Qin also sighed silently. It seemed that he would have to spend a certain amount of time every day to accompany Barbara to the wild to earn points. Although Barbara has the eye of God, she has almost never participated in a battle, so she can only deal with the most ordinary Kaihokia people. It is necessary for me to protect this sister. If possible, Jean really didn't want to see her sister go out to take risks. It was the safest to stay in Mondstadt and be protected by herself. But Jean also knew that he could not protect Barbara for the rest of his life. The best way for Barbara to protect herself was to develop her own strength. Moreover, cultivating immortals can also help them increase their lifespan, which is very important. Soon after bringing Barbara and Lisa into the chat group, Mu Yang returned to the group. It's just that Mu Yang wanted to take some time off, but someone didn't want Mu Yang to take time off, so Ning Guang came directly to the door. I didn't expect that you would come to me. To be honest, Mu Yang didn't expect that Ning Guang would take the initiative to come to him. After all, this person is usually a very busy person and doesn't even have time to go out and collect points. The source of her points is also from issuing commission tasks in the Adventurers Association and hiring adventurers to catch monsters. A real money-making player. Of course, Ning Guang herself knew that this was not a long-term solution, and she was considering whether she could go to Yunlei to earn points. It is said that many demon gods in Gaiun Pavilion were suppressed by Emperor Yan Wang, and many demon gods have even died. I think the resentment of the demon gods is inevitable. It's just that she arranged for Yelan to go to Gaiun Pavilion to investigate, but she didn't find much resentment of the demon there, which made Ning Guang very helpless. As one of the first people to join the chat group, Ning Guang's current strength is actually the weakest. Even Ning Guang himself suspected that her current strength might not be comparable to Kamisato Ayaka. Even though I am not famous for my strength, this is not the same thing. Chapter 164. Mu Yang, Abedo has achieved some results recently, do you want to go over there and take a look? Ning Guang asked Mu Yang with a smile. Abedo has achieved results? So soon? Mu Yang was surprised when he heard this and asked quickly. The other party has been in Liyue for less than a month, right? Did you develop a mobile phone so quickly? It should be said that it is worthy of albedo, but I don't know if this mobile phone can be far ahead. Well, I heard that some shortcuts were taken, how about we go take a look together? Ning Guang continued, also, there may be some technical issues that need you to judge. I'm here to judge? I don't know how to do alchemy. Mu Yang said dumbfounded. With his current ability, it is naturally not a problem to master alchemy. Even Mu Yang himself does not refuse to master this knowledge. Learning from the foreigners and gaining skills to defeat the foreigners, the ability of Golden Rian really makes Mu Yang feel troublesome. The opponent's personal strength may not be too strong, but when it comes to the ability to cause harm to the world, in the entire history of the Teyvat continent, there are probably few people who can match Rian. Even if it is said that Rian is the first person in history, not many people will object. Which country on the continent of Teyvat can say that it has not suffered persecution from Rian? However, alchemy is indeed a very good method. If combined with science, it may be able to better benefit the world. Although Mu Yang himself doesn't like to work hard to design these things, he can still make some gadgets that he likes. I don't know about this anymore. Ning Guang also shook his head and said, in the research institute, I have given Abedo the most power. I will not guide the layman to the expert, so you will still need to watch over me when the time comes. Okay. Hearing this, Mu Yang did not refuse. He also hoped that Abedo could design mobile games and computers. Immediately afterwards, Ning Guang asked with some sincerity, what are the conditions for joining the chat group? Oh? Do you want to recommend anyone? Mu Yang raised an eyebrow and asked. Ning Guang did not deny it, but directly admitted, yes, I would like to recommend Yelan to join the chat group. Her ability is not inferior to any of the Liyue 7 stars, and is even better than some 7 stars in Yelan. Moreover, unlike me, Yelan can do many things. The more powerful she is, the more helpful she will be to Liyue. Is that so? Mu Yang nodded noncommittally and said, I understand, I will think about it later. But she still didn't agree to become 7 stars. Ye Tianho, when she first came out, she was known as the big character Xingqiu, a character that I despised. When he was in the card pool, he accidentally pulled it out. At that time, he was still disgusted with it. However, after raising it for a while, he really wanted to say that it smells really good. Afterwards, Yelan was given 3 lives, and she became a necessary character in Abyss. It seems that I have been in Liyue for such a long time, but I have never seen this Queen of Armpits, definitely not a typo. She is not interested in the position of 7 stars. In her words, the position of 7 stars is not suitable for her and will make her feel constrained. She prefers to protect Liyue in secret. Although Ningguang's tone was complaining, Mu Yang could feel that Yaban's choice did not make Ningguang feel too much about the park. As if this is normal. Mu Yang suddenly understood in her heart that although Yelan was under the General Affairs Department in name, she was actually not like that. It was more like she was doing her own thing and was just cooperating with Ningguang. This kind of cooperation can solve many official problems for Yelan. Of course, Ningguang himself can also get a lot of benefits from Yelan. Just like some of the evidence against Tian Jixing and the others before, Yelan found them all. By the way, have the new Liyue 7 stars been confirmed? At this point, Mu Yang also asked curiously. It hasn't been determined yet, there are many competitors. Ningguang shook his head slightly. I have also asked Emperor Yanwang privately, and the Emperor is not very satisfied with most people. At present, the only person who satisfies Emperor Yanwang is a man named Xingqiu, who is capable of both literary and military skills. He is young and very capable, but he does not seem to be very interested in becoming a 7-star. Xingqiu? The one from Feiyun Chamber of Commerce. Mu Yang instantly understood that this guy, Emperor Yanwang, had quite good vision. There is no doubt about Xingqiu's ability. In the game's missions, Xingqiu's performance is also remarkable. Although he is called a nerd by Paimon, his business abilities in all aspects are still very good. The main thing is that he has a good personality and has a chivalrous style. It may still take a few years of cultivation, but it can also bring new vitality to Liyue. Mu Yang, have you seen Xingqiu? Ningguang was now a little curious. During this period, Mu Yang stayed at home. If he was in Liyue, he would always be with Keqing Niwai. Even if he went out, he would be with Zhongli and Dadalia. But I have never heard of Mu Yang and Xing. I have had contact with Qiu. That's not true, I just collected information. This guy is actually quite good. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. You can actually train some Xingqiu. Okay, let's go to the research institute first. In Abedo's research institute, Mu Yang held the big brother in his hand and asked with a strange look, is this the mobile phone you made? Is it so big? Abedo was stunned for a while when he heard this, but he also said with some helplessness, according to your initial design, the mobile phone should use electricity, but after research, I found that using electricity is not the optimal solution. After all, I want to how to store this electricity and how to charge it are both issues. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, indeed, this world has not even completed the first industrial revolution, let alone the second industrial revolution. Although Abedo didn't understand what the so-called second industrial revolution and the first industrial revolution actually meant, seeing Mu Yang agreeing with his words, he continued to explain, so I chose another way of thinking. Moreover, it is also the most suitable method. As he spoke, he took out a mora from his pocket and stuffed it directly into a groove under the phone. The screen of the phone lit up instantly. Mora is not just the common currency on the continent of Teyvat, and it is also an excellent alchemical tool. Asking for flowers. Therefore he can be recognized by various countries. The energy contained in Mora can be used on mobile phones. Good guy, really good guy. Even Mu Yang, after hearing Abedo's words, he was shocked and dumbfounded. Does Mora still have this kind of use? All this time, he seemed to have forgotten Mora's identity as an alchemical material. This is simply a natural source of energy. How long can such a mola be used? Mu Yang asked curiously as he fiddled with his phone. If it's just on standby and not in use, it can last for a month. If you keep talking, you can guarantee uninterrupted calls 24 hours a day. When mentioning this, Abedo's face was full of confidence. He had seen the cell phone information Mu Yang had given him before, and there was no way he could do what he did. His Mora cell phone was definitely far ahead. It seems a bit awesome. Mu Yang muttered, and then looked at Ningguang. Ningguang, can Mora's production keep up with consumption? Mu Yang can imagine that once the Mora mobile phone starts to come out, many people will definitely buy it. With the promotion of mobile phones, the consumption of Mora will also increase. If the production speed of Mora cannot keep up with the consumption speed, it will be troublesome and inflation will occur. I'm not sure about this. I need to ask the Rock King. Ning Guang frowned slightly and said, but the number of molas used as alchemy materials every year is also an astronomical number. I don't think there will be any problem. Well, if the consumption of mora can be tolerated, using mora as an energy source is not bad, and it is also a good thing for Liu. Mu Yang said that Liu is going against the will of heaven. Not only does it occupy the right to issue currency, but it will also build banks later, and now it also needs to control energy. If Ying Zhang knew this news, he would probably cry with envy. If Eagle Sauce can produce a steady stream of energy on its own, why would it need to plunder all over the world? But, can't your mobile phone be made thinner and lighter? Then, Mu Yang complained again, for ordinary people, this is too unsuitable to carry, right? What I thought at first was that if I encounter danger in the wild with this mobile phone, it can be used as a brick. Abedo said a little embarrassed. This is a mobile phone, not a brick. Mu Yang rubbed his head, with your ability, you should have no problem making a more advanced mobile phone, right? There is no problem. It can be done if it is made thinner and lighter. Even the touch screen you mentioned can also be done. Is this necessary? The screen would be easily damaged and would not be of much use. As Abedo said, he also took out a prototype machine. This time, the phone is considered normal. It gives Mu Yang the feeling of traveling back to the mobile phone he used before. I plan to add various functions to it in the future, such as listening to music, playing games, etc., and electronic banking and online payment can also be added. Mu Yang swiped his phone and talked. Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, okay, I love you all. I'm sorry. Chapter 165. Listen to music and play games? That's it. I didn't expect that you would add these functions to your mobile phone. Abedo nodded thoughtfully, but this may take a long time. I need to do some research. Only then. Moreover, this may be more troublesome than designing a mobile phone. It's okay. You can consider selling this first. Mobile phones always need to be updated. A new one is released every year. Just squeeze it in. As long as you add some new functions, you can earn more money. Pulled. Mu Yang thought of a certain fruit phone and talked. Since we can't research it all at once, we'll sell the lower level ones first. As long as it looks good and the brand is established, even if there are no updates, people will still buy it. Is this still possible? Hearing Mu Yang's words, Ning Guang's eyes couldn't help but light up. It seems that this is also a good way to make money. Well, the premise is that no one can do it better than us, but things like mobile phones may be imitated. Generally, a fairly good alchemist can learn how to make this mobile phone in half a year under my guidance. Abedo said confidently. Does it take half a year to learn? 240. Moreover, a large number of alchemists are needed. Ning Guang also frowned when he heard this. Liu does have some alchemists, but not too many. If alchemists are required to make mobile phones, it may require a lot of manpower. Some special positions can be made by alchemists, and subsequent assembly can be done by ordinary people. Using the pipeline should solve this problem. Mu Yang suggested to Abedo. At the same time, he also explained the concept of the assembly line to Abedo and Ning Guang. Is it the assembly line? It's really good. If you say so, it can be promoted in Liu, which can improve work efficiency. Ning Guang's eyes lit up when he heard this. As a person who is good at making money, Ning Guang naturally understands the benefits of the assembly line, which can at least double work efficiency. If you just let people master one component, it can be mastered in a month at most. Abedo pondered for a moment. Moreover, some components can be completed by some unprofessional alchemists. In this way, it can reduce the number of less hassle. You don't even need to worry about the alchemist's betrayal, allowing people to easily obtain the technical means. With the methods of Sumi or Winter Kingdom, it should be possible to create a copycat. At this time, Mu Yang also thought of the doctor and reminded Albedo. Even though Abedo is the most outstanding alchemist, he cannot underestimate others. Just like the crazy doctor, although the doctor is good at human experiments, he is still very good at machinery. Mu Yang has no doubt that the doctor can imitate the mobile phone. I will set a self-destruct program in the core components. Once someone wants to dismantle the phone will self-destruct directly. Abedo said with a confident look on his face, maybe then, the emergence of copycats can also significantly delay the progress of their copycats. Then how to transmit the signal? Ningguang asked Albedo again at this time. This involves the Earth's veins. The 7 heavenly god statues in various places can be regarded as signal transfer stations. This was the case with the previous Dudu communicator. Albedo looked at Mu Yang carefully. Earth veins and the like are not something that can be studied casually. The original Kanria seemed to be studying the earth veins and the abyss, which then led to its destruction. In Albedo's view, Mu Yang is likely to be one of the 4 rulers, so can he accept his and others' use of earth veins in this way? Ley veins? Will there be any damage to the earth veins? Mu Yang did not refuse. Just study the earth veins. In fact, the impact is not very big. What they are worried about is actually overusing the energy of the earth's veins. Just like in the prehistoric world, if there is a cultivator who absorbs the energy of the spiritual veins unscrupulously, causing the spiritual veins to become useless, then this land will be finished. It will be a miracle if it is not destroyed by the law of heaven. Mu Yang would never allow this if it would damage the earth veins. There is no loss, it's just using the earth veins to transmit information. Albedo shook his head repeatedly. We don't dare to study the earth veins. Whether Alice dares to study the earth's veins, Albedo doesn't know. With Alice's character, it is really possible that she has studied the earth's veins, but Albedo did not dare to say it at this time. Who knows, if you tell me, what will happen to Miss Alice? Earth veins are a conceptual network that connects everything in the world. Different elements flow through it. Everything that happens above and below the ground is recorded in the earth veins. Through ley lines, you can theoretically understand anything. Does this mean you haven't studied the earth's veins? Mu Yang's mouth twitched. Wait a minute. Mu Yang really didn't do much research on earth veins, so he decisively at Asmodeus in the chat group. Mu Yang, how can at Asimode preserve ley line information? Asmodeus, are there humans studying earth veins again? Mu Yang, well, it's actually like this. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang told about the mobile phone. Asmodeus, this is a bit dangerous. It's hard to guarantee that others won't study the power of earth veins under the guise of studying mobile phones. Zhongli, actually, there are no other ways. Just establish a separate ground line for mobile phone message transmission. Mu Yang, oh? You can do it. Is this Lord Yan so powerful? Zhongli, I can't do it. I have an old friend who can do it. How about we free my old friend? If it were him, he could be allowed to re-establish a separate ley line. This is not a difficult task. Of course, in addition to this, it is recommended that you solve the problem of Sumi as soon as possible. The earth veins are also related to the world tree. If world tree can control it well, then if others want to study the power of earth veins, buyer can also discover it in the shortest time. Mu Yang, are you Otuo Dragon King? Yes. As for Sumi, I will go there in a few days. At that time, special ley lines will be constructed to transmit these messages. Confidentiality facilities must also be provided. Mu Yang said softly to Albedo, this mobile phone is not bad. If it is possible, please improve it a little. Yes. Albedo was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly assured. Before, he was worried that his plan would be rejected. Now that there are special ley lines to transmit information, the treatment seems to be better than imagined. He is worthy of being one of those 4 adults. By following this adult, he will no longer need to worry about when he will go crazy and harm the continent of Teyvat, nor will he need to worry about when he will be obliterated by the gods. From then on, I embraced the golden thigh. I'm sorry, Captain Sheen, I can never go back. The things here are here first. I'm going to deal with some things. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang said to Ningguang on the side. Okay. Ningguang didn't refuse after hearing this. What Mu Yang is going to do, Ningguang also knows, this is the strong man who is going to liberate their Liu. Are you Otuo Dragon King? As a member of the chat group, Ningguang now also knows the history of Dragon King Ruo Tuo. In the final analysis, it is the ancestors of Liu who are sorry for Dragon King Ruo Tuo. If Dragon King Ruo Tuo can recover, it will be a good thing for Liu. The other party is not inferior to the existence of the Rock King in the legend. If there is a war with Abyss in the future, Ruo Tuo Dragon King will also become their main force. With the existence of such a great god, the confidence will become stronger. After making an agreement with Zhongli, Mu Yang went directly to the Nantian Gate and waited for Zhongli's arrival. Within a moment, Zhongli appeared directly in front of Mu Yang. Sorry, I was having breakfast with Dadalia earlier. It took me a while to kill him. Zhongli also explained when he saw Mu Yang, and then looked at the Fulong tree not far away, his eyes full of joy. It's all about nostalgia. We are meeting again. Ruo Tuo. This time, you don't need to continue to suffer the pain of wear and tear. This should be Ruo Tuo Dragon King's butt, right? Mu Yang asked, pointing to the hill where the Fulong tree was located not far away. When Zhongli heard Mu Yang's words 4.1, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ruo Tuo Dragon King's butt. It seems true that in order to seal Ruo Tuo Dragon King as quickly as possible, he directly sealed the opponent upside down without paying attention to his body position. Fortunately, no one has done anything to Fu Longshu in these years, otherwise even if he solves the wear and tear of Ruo Tuo Dragon King, Ruo Tuo will probably fight against him directly, right? Let's go, it's time to solve Ruo Tuo's problem. Zhongli sighed softly, I hope everything goes smoothly. You have saved so many points. Is it possible that you still can't solve the Alzheimer's disease of Dragon King Ruo Tuo? Mu Yang shook his head slightly and took the lead in arriving at Ruo Tuo's seal. The seal was set by Morux himself. Except for Morux, apart from myself, I am afraid that only Mu Yang can do it. Zhongli hurriedly followed. Now was not the time to feel sad about spring and autumn. He was looking forward to seeing his old friend again. I have been typing for the past few days until I have a brain problem. The abyss has been refreshed and I have already forgotten about it. I solved the abyss in half an hour and continue typing. The recent issues of the abyss are too simple. It would be great if there were 15 levels. The relationship between trees and earth veins is regarded as the author's original creation, after all, both have the same function. Chapter 166. Morux. Zhongli's arrival instantly woke up the mountain-like Ruo Tuo Dragon King. He opened his scarlet eyes and looked at Zhongli with violent emotions. Just this look was enough to scare countless self-righteous people. The strong one. Mu Yang even felt that like an ordinary original god, he didn't even have the courage to take action when facing the Dragon King Ruo Tuo. Even now, when Keqing faces Ruo Tuo Dragon King, it is just a matter of a slap from Ruo Tuo Dragon King. The opponent indeed has a strength that is not inferior to Morux at his peak. Mu Yang didn't think he could easily defeat Ruo Tuo Dragon King. I just don't know what level Vallette's true strength will be, but Vallette seems to be the second generation Water Dragon King, not the first generation. Ruo Tuo. Looking at the crazy Ruo Tuo Dragon King, Zhongli sighed silently, then turned to Mu Yang and said to the side, please help me suppress Ruo Tuo, and I will help him clean up the wear and tear. After a pause, he continued, in the seal, Ruo Tuo's strength has been reduced, so it shouldn't be difficult for you. Morux, are you here to kill me? Before Mu Yang could speak, Dragon King Ruo Tuo roared at Zhongli again. It's just that Zhongli didn't reply to Ruo Tuo Dragon King. In his opinion, the current Ruo Tuo Dragon King is not the real Ruo Tuo Dragon King. The wear and tear has affected Ruo Tuo Dragon King too much. Before Mu Yang could say anything, Zhongli had already put on his divine costume and entered full power mode. No problem. Mu Yang nodded slightly, but did not refuse, remember to put a shield on me, my shield is not as thick as yours. As he spoke, he directly took out the Dogwang of Suyu, stepped forward, and walked into the layer of seals inside. Seeing Mu Yang come in first, Ruo Tuo Dragon King became even more angry and roared loudly at Mu Yang, mortals, don't overstep your bounds. These words made Mu Yang's face darken. It turned out that no one except Morux could remember him. Was he immortal? At the moment, without much hesitation, he directly waved the sword in his hand and slashed at Ruo Tuo Dragon King, and at the same time, he directly started the live broadcast. Quay, is it Dragon King Ruo Tuo? Some time ago, because Mandrill performed well and earned a lot of points, Mu Yang no longer needed to conceal his identity, so he also modified Mandrill's notes. But those who entered the chat group early actually know that I am a little bird, exactly the Mandrill, but no one will mention it. Grandma Ping, it seems like the wear and tear is getting worse. Asmodeus, there is the aura of the abyss, which is polluted. Zhongli, hey? If you don't tell me about the aura of the abyss, I really haven't noticed it. It seems I was careless before. Mu Yang, it should be related to the matter of the Strata Rock Abyss. Ruo Tuo Dragon King is connected to the earth's veins, and the rocky abyss is eroded by the power of the abyss. If it weren't for the cold sky nail that suppresses the power of the abyss, Ruotuo Dragon King might have fallen into the abyss. Zhongli, it seems that is the case. Fortunately, Ruotuo was not seriously eroded. Even I didn't notice it before. Mu Yang, I'm afraid you won't be able to steal Ruotuo Dragon King from now on. Zhongli didn't feel much dissatisfaction. If Dragon King Ruotuo could purify more abyssal power, it would actually support it. After all, the power of the abyss under the rocky abyss may be captured first by Ruotuo Dragon King near the water tower. Of course, Ruotuo Dragon King has become stronger, which is also a good thing for Liu. It itself is the transformation of Liu's mountains and rivers. If Ruotuo Dragon King's strength recovers, Liu's mineral veins and the like will continue to grow. Mu Yang stared at the behemoth in front of him. He didn't know when the golden shield had been put on his body. The rice light in his hand flashed with endless thunder. He teleported forward and came to Ruo in front of King Tuolong. He slashed down the huge body of Dragon King Ruotuo with one strike. Roar! Upon seeing this, Ruotuo Dragon King roared loudly at Mu Yang, and an extremely terrifying elemental power burst out from its mouth, spitting out towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang teleported again and disappeared in place. This elemental energy fell on the seal barrier in the distance, causing a huge explosion. At the same time, Mu Yang's figure also came to the side of Ruotuo Dragon King, and swung his sword towards his body. The other party's mountain-like body also fell back hundreds of meters as a result. Keqing, there's an earthquake. Is this Dragon King Ruotuo? Ning Guang, Keqing, please stop production over there first, and then resume production after the battle here is over. Keqing, okay, just in time to watch the battle. Battles of this level are rare. Barbara, Mr. Mu Yang, please be careful. Lay movie, no problem, Ruotuo Dragon King is no match for him, let alone the sealed Ruotuo Dragon King. Looking at the current Dragon King Ruotuo, Lei Qianqian also felt sad in his heart. She thought back then that she had met Dragon King Ruotuo and even wanted to challenge him. However, as a warrior, her intuition told her that she might not be a match for Dragon King Ruotuo. Moreover, because she was visiting Liu, Lei movie failed. Challenge Ruotuo Dragon King. But he didn't expect that Ruotuo Dragon King would be so badly worn. This is really terrifying. However, if it were now, Lei movie felt that he should be able to defeat Ruotuo Dragon King. It's not just that Ruotuo Dragon King's strength has declined due to wear and tear, her strength has also improved. 500 years ago, after the death of her sister, her strength began to increase, and after being with Mu Yang, Lei movie could feel that her power was increasing faster. This also made Lei Qianqian think that his new power might be related to the laws of heaven. My sister may know something but never tell herself these things. Lei Qiang, whose strength has improved recently, felt that the powerful enemy that she might not be able to defeat at the beginning might no longer be her opponent, and she felt sad for a while. From now on it would be better to kill the monsters in the abyss. After being hit by Mu Yang with a split-second's light, a large dent appeared on Ruotuo Dragon King's body. Mu Yang, be careful when starting. Ruotuo's injury may affect the environment in Liu outside. Seeing this, Zhongli quickly reminded Mu Yang. Mu Yang was dumbfounded. Damn it, is this guy so disgusting? Of course, it's just an influence, just don't hit him too hard. Zhongli then continued to add. He did not have the ability to teleport like Mu Yang, so he took advantage of Mu Yang to repel Ruotuo Dragon King, came to Ruotuo Dragon King's back, and hurriedly used points to repair the wear and tear on Ruotuo Dragon King's body. Morax. Just what Zhongli did made Ruotuo Dragon King become even more irritable. Wear and tear is painful, but removing wear and tear is even more painful. This feeling of soul tearing makes Ruotuo Dragon King extremely painful. Even if it could, the Dragon King wished he could die. As Ruotuo Dragon King began to struggle, the entire ground was shaking crazily, and countless magma and torrents swept towards it in all directions. Gan. Mu Yang immediately put on a shield without hesitation, and also placed a shield on Zhongli at the same time. One of the shields might break, but even with the strength of Ruotuo Dragon King, it would be difficult to destroy two shields at the same time. Unless you reach the level of Asmodeus. It is even difficult for Asmodeus to do it now. Not to mention the current Dragon King Ruotuo. That's great. Feeling Mu Yang's shield, a smile appeared on Zhongli's lips. Sure enough, he did the right thing by bringing 627 Mu Yang over. Even he cannot continuously open the shield and reopen it after breaking it. This requires accumulating energy, but ordinary gods cannot do it. Now with Mu Yang, it's really great. Wendy, how can you do this? Cheating? This is really cheating. I thought there was a good show to watch, but how can I fight the Dragon King of Tuchuo like this? Keqing, we must solve the problem of Ruotuo Dragon King as soon as possible. I can already feel the obvious earthquake here. Now we are rushing towards the Nantianmen location. There are still some residents there. I hope nothing big happens. Zhongli, no problem, I have notified the Xian family before and they are already suppressing the earthquake. Keqing, but the Xian family should be far from the opponent of Dragon King Ruotuo, right? Grandma Ping, elf, we are no match for Ruotuo Dragon King, I'm really sorry. Of course, they couldn't say anything to Keqing. After all, Keqing was famous for being outspoken and disrespectful of immortal masters. Moreover, Keqing also had a backup, and it was really not someone they could mess with at will. What's more, they are indeed no match for Dragon King Ruotuo. What Keqing said is true. I think back then, Dragon King Ruotuo took great care of them. Damn, it's a little hot. No matter what, I'll take action first. Mu Yang looked at the magma that was constantly attacking him. Even with 2 layers of shields, he still felt the heat. He snorted softly, and with another instant, he chased and slashed at Ruotuo Dragon King. Of course, since Ruotuo Dragon King had better not be seriously injured, Mu Yang was very measured in his actions. Such a good sandbag is just perfect for practicing. Chapter 167. Nowadays, it is very rare for Mu Yang to have a chance to fight wholeheartedly. In the entire Teyvat continent, there are only a few people who are qualified to be Mu Yang's opponents. Well, for now, among the maintainers of heavenly principles, Mu Yang is number 1. Of course, those guys in the abyss don't count. Now that there are so many good targets standing in front of Mu Yang, how could Mu Yang miss it? Many of the moves he learned from Morix and Lei movies were continuously integrated into his own by Mu Yang at this time. Among the moves, Mu Yang himself even innovates new moves from time to time. Lei movie, what is this move with countless sword energy? It's very good. Mu Yang, at first I wanted to create the Wan Li Ju, but I didn't have a sword, I only had a knife. I'll just call it Wan Li Kuai for the time being. Look, do all truly strong men chat while using such powerful moves? Barbara, Mu Yang, be careful. Wendy, hey, look how powerful Shi Yang is. As long as you have such strength, Ruotuo Dragon King can only be a target and Barbatos and Morix can only be sparring partners. Zhongli, I don't know how long it took, but Ruotuo Dragon King's struggle gradually slowed down, and even his attacks on Shi Yang and Zhongli stopped. Morix. Ah, it hurts. Ruotuo Dragon King's expression regained a trace of clarity. He felt Zhongli's breath and cried out in pain. Ruotuo, be patient, I'm solving the wear and tear problem for you. Zhongli saw that Ruotuo Dragon King had regained his sanity and did not stop eliminating the wear and tear on Ruotuo Dragon King. Solving the problem of wear and tear. Dragon King Ruotuo was also dumbfounded at this time, solving the problem of wear and tear? How is this done? Isn't wear and tear a curse from heaven? It's not impossible to solve now. Zhongli shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Hiss, it hurts. Not only does the soul feel pain, but the body also hurts. Ruotuo Dragon King looked at Mu Yang aside. Morix, is this your child? Learn all your shields. It seems that there is another inheritance from Balzabul, this is. Before Dragon King Ruotuo could continue, Zhongli said quickly, this is Mu Yang, and the ability to eliminate wear and tear comes from him. So that's it, I thought he was a disciple of you and Balzabu. Ruotuo Dragon King nodded thoughtfully, it can actually eliminate wear and tear. This kind of strength is already superior to the 7 gods. He is the law of heaven now. Zhongli also said to Dragon King Ruotuo at this time. Ruotuo Dragon King and the whole dragon were dumbfounded. Damn it, this guy is a god, and that guy Fanes is actually dead? This is really great, the sky has eyes. Perhaps Fanes is indeed great in order to protect the continent of Teyvat, but to them Dragon Kings, Fanes is an unrelenting enemy. If possible, they wouldn't mind killing Fanes. As for Mu Yang, Ruotuo Dragon King has no resentment. After all, it is Fanes that they resent, not Mu Yang. Moreover, the other party also has the ability to resolve wear and tear. Not only does he need this ability, but so does Morux's. Ruotuo Dragon King remembered that before he went crazy, Morux's wear and tear problem was also very serious. Ding, Mengzi Ruotuo Dragon King joins the chat group at this time, a voice appeared in the mind of Ruotuo Dragon King. Ruotuo Dragon King was obviously stunned for a moment. He finally understood why Morux could solve the wear and tear problem for himself. But, do you want to earn points? It seems very simple. As the incarnation of the mountains and rivers of the Liu Earth Range, he can connect to the Liu Earth Veins at any time. Even the Earth Veins of the Rock Abyss, Ruotuo Dragon King can also connect to it. There is a lot of abyss power over there, so if you purify it yourself, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Without hesitation, Ruotuo Dragon King tried to connect the Earth Veins, and then looked at Morux with resentment. Morux, let me out. Now I can maintain my sanity. The next wear and tear will make me. Let's solve it. Zhongli also nodded slightly when he heard this. It cost him about 300,000 points to restore Dragon King Ruotuo to his current state, but it only barely allowed Dragon King Ruotuo to maintain his sanity for a long time. If you want Ruotuo Dragon King to completely recover, I'm afraid it's absolutely impossible without 1 or 2 million points. The wear and tear on the other party's body was much more than I imagined. Was it because Fanes took special care of it? Or is it because of the excavation of the stratified abyss? In the past, Zhongli only knew that the wear and tear problem of Ruotuo Dragon King was very serious, but to what extent it was, Zhongli was not very clear. But now, he discovered that Ruotuo Dragon King had suffered much more wear and tear than himself. If he were the Dragon King Ruotuo, he would have gone crazy long ago. Sure enough, Ruotuo would not go crazy until the point of no return, and he loved the people of Liu as much as he did. He just suffered too much wear and tear. Okay. Zhongli nodded slightly as he looked at the approximately 200,000 points he had left. Since Ruotuo Dragon King didn't need them, he would be happy to use them to deal with the wear and tear on his body. As for the points Ruotuo needs, let Ruotuo earn them himself. Whether it is the abyss energy on the other side of the layered rock abyss, or the abyss power and demonic resentment seeping into Liu's earth veins, they will also become nourishment for Ruotuo Dragon King. Regarding the control of Liu's earth veins, Ruotuo Dragon King was even more powerful than him. As long as Ruotuo Dragon King wants, he can connect to the mountains and rivers of Liu at any time and know the information anytime and anywhere. With the thought in Zhongli's mind, the seal of the originally idle Ruotuo Dragon King was also opened. Ruotuo Dragon King looked at Zhongli and then at Mu Yang. Without hesitation, his figure quickly shrank and transformed into a human form. But when Mu Yang saw the appearance of Dragon King Ruotuo, he was dumbfounded. Which of the other gods is not handsome in men and beautiful in women? But when he arrived at Dragon King Ruotuo, he turned into a blessed uncle, with a kind face and kind eyes, and a big belly. He looked very rich at first glance, and also very kind. Well, he looked a little like Mate Rhea. Seeing Ruotuo Dragon King like this, Mu Yang was also a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Ruotuo Dragon King turned out to be Ruotuo Dragon King like this. However, this is really not the wrong nickname. The Fat Dragon King is truly worthy of his name. Ruotuo was like this a long time ago. Zhongli seemed to sense Mu Yang's curiosity and explained patiently. Is that so? Mu Yang nodded slightly and said nothing more. Keqing, so Dragon King Ruotuo is like this. It seems that many of the books are lies. Grandma Ping, many storytelling and novels in Liu contain false elements. Ning Guang, how about we re-edit Liu's history book? We can't let Liu's history be tampered with by some people with ulterior motives, and we can also let everyone remember those who have made great contributions to Liu. Hero. Whether they are immortals or outstanding figures of all ages, they have been written into history books. Zhongli, yes, several immortals are responsible for helping provide materials. Zhongli agreed without hesitation, although he also liked listening to books. Listening to these stories also allowed him to better remember his past. This is not only a nostalgia for my past, but also a nostalgia for my old friends who have passed away. But every time he hears those people talking nonsense about his own history and blaming many things on himself that he did not do, even Zhongli will feel embarrassed. Now that Ning Guang takes the initiative to bring up this matter, how can he possibly object? Gan Yu, yes, I will sort out the past history. As Mu Yang and the others walked out of the sealed land, 2 big birds and a deer-like fairy beast landed not far from them in the sky. They all saluted Zhongli respectfully and said, I have met the Emperor. Then he looked at Dragon King Ruotuo with curiosity. They have a good relationship with Dragon King Ruotuo as old friends, so it is impossible not to recognize Dragon King Ruotuo's human appearance. They were the ones who cooperated with the Rock King Emperor and the sealed Dragon King Ruotuo at the beginning. In the end, I didn't expect that Dragon King Ruotuo would suddenly regain his sanity. Isn't the wear and tear irreversible? Seeing the three immortals looking at Ruotuo Dragon King curiously, they ignored Mu Yang. At this moment, Mu Yang had also closed the live broadcast room. Zhongli coughed lightly and introduced to the three immortals, "This is the law of heaven. You should understand, right?" Zhongli's words directly frightened the three immortals Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun into emojis. Tianli? As immortals, how could they not know what Tianli is? Even they have wear and tear on their bodies. But now Tianli appears in front of them. If this sentence is not said by Emperor Yan Wang, they will definitely think it is false news. I have seen the laws of heaven. Fortunately, they quickly reacted and saluted Mu Yang. Yet, Mu Yang did not hesitate and directly added the three Lu Yunjifeng Zhenjun to the chat group. These three are all tool people, and they will not let themselves down if they think about it. Nowadays, there are still many upper limits on the number of people in the chat group, but there are too many big guys here, so the purification speed cannot keep up. The main problem lies with Mu Yang himself. If Mu Yang can purify the abyss faster, then these people Mu Yang's performance can definitely make Mu Yang more satisfied. Chapter 168. Congratulations to True Lord Liu Yun borrowing wind, True Lord Li Shui and laying mountain, and True Lord cutting moon and building yang for joining the chat group. Gan Yu, True Lord. Keqing, sure enough, have the immortals also joined in. Keqing didn't have much objection to this. These three-eyed and five manifestation immortals were also the mainstay of Liu. If the strength of these immortals increased, they could also help Liu and Mu Yang in the future. Ruotuo Dragon King, it's really magical. It seems that we can fight side by side in the future. Kamisato Ayaka, Liu's high-end combat power has come in, and this time it's an eye-opener. Ye Shenzi, little Ling Hua, don't be disappointed, our rice wife is not weaker than Liu at all, and will even be stronger than Liu in the near future. Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun said, "Hey, I have to refute this. Liu, have Emperor Yan Wang and Dragon King Ruotuo, as well as a group of immortals with 3 eyes and 5 manifestations. How are you Dao wife going to fight with me, Liu? Compare." Obviously, Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun is also proud. Perhaps the 8th level Godson's strength has improved rapidly, and he is still pretty good now. But after all, Inajima only has Reikage and Ye Shenzi, so how can she fight them? Proud.jpg Zhongli, based on common rationality, if Balzabul's plan succeeds, Dao's wife's high-end combat power may indeed surpass Liu. Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun, how is this possible? Grandma Ping, Liu Yun, you still care about these things so much? Haha, since you have entered this chat group and have this time, it is better to purify the demon's resentment or the abyss energy to get more points. Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun, I know this, but since we have joined the chat group 817, we should also integrate into it, right? Why don't I tell you some stories about Gan Yu's childhood? Gan Yu, True Lord. Little Yang silently took out the bow of Amos, intent on running back to Jueyanjian and shooting a few arrows at Liu Yun borrowing Feng Zhenjun. This bow was originally given to Liu by Barbados as a national gift, and was later given to her by Emperor Yan Wang. It seemed that Barbados forged the contract with Emperor Yan Wang as an apology to fulfill some plans. This suited her very well, but Gan Yu didn't think she could beat Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng. At this time, Gan Yu regretted that he had not earned more points to improve his strength. Mu Yang, Lu Yunji Feng Zhenjun, we will talk about this later. Are you free recently? I need you to do something. Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun, please tell me. Mu Yang, let's talk with us later when we return to Liuport. Most people in the chat group actually understood what Mu Yang wanted to do, and I'm afraid it had something to do with the mobile phone. Moreover, Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun's machine skills were so powerful. If Liu Yunjifeng Zhenjun was allowed to do so, researching some machines that can be made by humans will also be of great help to the development of the goal. Even Zhongli strongly agreed with this. At the speed of Liu Yunjifeng, it doesn't take much time to fly from Liuport to Gai Liwen. At that time, Liu Yunjifeng can be given priority to purify the demon's resentment. Based on the current situation in the chat group, if you want to purify the demon's resentment and the filth of the abyss in the future, you may have to queue up. Of course, this is mainly due to the fact that Lay Movie and Asmod have occupied a large amount of purification proportions for a long time. There is nothing that can be done about this. The situation at Inajima is much more serious than elsewhere, so the opportunity must be given to Lay Movies. As for Asmod, it goes without saying. He is powerful in his own right, and Asmod is now infected by the abyss. If he does not solve his own problems as soon as possible, there is no guarantee that there will be no problems in the future. The most important thing is that Asmodeus is on the front line of the resistance to the abyss. Liu Yun, you will go to Liu Port with us. Zhongli directly told Liu Yun Jifeng Zhenjun. Emperor, my disciple Shen He has been troubled by the resentment of the demon god these years. Can we use this power to solve the problem of the resentment of the demon god in her body first? Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng asked quickly. Shen He. Zhongli hesitated and said, you should first help her purify part of the demon's resentment. If she can use this demon's resentment to become stronger, it will be good for her. At the beginning, Aping became an immortal by relying on the resentment of the demon and god. There may have been a lot of hardships, but she still succeeded. After a pause, Zhongli continued, this can be considered a test for Shen He. When the time comes, if she has the opportunity to join the chat group, it will be logical for her to become an immortal. There are techniques in the chat group that can help people successfully cultivate themselves into immortals. How is this possible? How is it possible for a human being to successfully cultivate and become an immortal? Now not only Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng didn't believe it, but Zhenjun Lishui Daishan didn't believe it either. Although everyone with the eye of God has the possibility of becoming a god, he is called the original god. But except for Aping, it seems that no one can become an immortal, right? Even Shen He could only theoretically become an immortal. Aping succeeded, didn't he? Zhongli shook his head slightly and said, besides, this Tianli was still a human before. Master Lishui Daishan fell silent for a moment, and even he couldn't say anything. Tianli is a human being, so how can we do this? Since even humans can become gods, is it so strange that humans can become immortals? Emperor, how about I take Shen He to Liu? After hesitating for a while, Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng asked cautiously. Since the Rock King Emperor said that humans can become immortals, she naturally would not refute it, BCCE. Shen He must also join the chat group. For Zhenjun Liu Yun Jifeng, Shen He is not much different from his own daughter. Now that he has the opportunity, how can he not be excited? At least you have to make Mu Yang look familiar. Yes. Zhongli looked at Liu Yun Jifeng Zhenjun speechlessly. Why didn't he think of this side of him before? Is this the rhythm of sending girls to Mu Yang? Based on Zhongli's understanding of Mu Yang, it would be difficult for Mu Yang to refuse if Shen He came to his door. This is not to say that Mu Yang is at fault, he just made a mistake that every man would make. As for him Morux? Sorry, he is really not a man, just a god. He really has a female incarnation. After driving away the three-eyed and five-manifold immortals, Mu Yang and the others also came to Liu Port. Looking at Liu Port where hundreds of rivalries were vying for power, Dragon King Ruo Tuo also sighed for a while, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and Liu is much more prosperous than before. The people of Liu did not disappoint us. They built Liu very well. Zhongli nodded slightly and agreed, indeed, human beings have infinite possibilities. I believe that Liu will get better and better in the future. By the way, Dragon King Ruo Tuo, what are you going to do in the future? Will you brush points every day to solve the wear and tear problem? At this time, Mu Yang asked Dragon King Ruo Tuo. Just call me Zhongquei. I once transformed into a disciple of the immortal family named Zhongquei and helped the people of Liu deal with monsters. It seems that many exorcism families in Liu have inherited themselves. After thinking about it, Dragon King Ruo Tuo said to Mu Yang, I plan to integrate into Liu in addition to the necessary points. Zhongquei? Mu Yang subconsciously thought of the look of a big man with a black face and a beard. He seemed to be a ghost hunter? But he didn't expect that Ruo Tuo Dragon King would have such an incarnation. Forget it, Zhongquei will be Zhongquei, he doesn't care about Zhu Yang's affairs anyway. Zhongli, what is your identity now? Immediately afterwards, Ruo Tuo Dragon King asked Zhongli curiously. He knew that the other party liked to transform into a human being and blend into the people of Liu. Although it was often a bit nondescript, the other party really wanted to do this. Me? Now I am a guest of the Palace of Purity. Zhongli also had a headache when he thought of Hu Tao, Mu Yang, Hall Master who knows that I know you and wants me to introduce you to her. Oh? Want to get to know me? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. It has been a while since he came to this world. He hasn't seen Daisy yet. The last time he went to the Hall of the Past, it was a pity that Hu Tao was not in the Hall of the Past. Now that he heard Zhongli mention it, Mu Yang was definitely interested in this person. Yes, after knowing the relationship between you and Ning Guang, she naturally wants you to help accommodate a few things so that Chen Chengtang can get more shares. Moreover, she also wants to open the business of Gose Hall to Inajima. Speaking of this, Zhongli also sighed. If Balzabe knew Hu Dao's thoughts, he might not be able to help but split Hu Dao, right? After all, for Hu Tao, the current Dao wife is full of business. But this is a great shame for Lay Movies. In Lay Movies' view, the rice wife who is like this now also has her own problems. If Hu Tao really makes Lay Movie desperate, only Mu Yang can save Hu Tao. Is it worthy of Hu Tao to bring business to Dao wife? Mu Yang couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. This Hu Tao has a big brain, and he actually asked himself to help promote the business. Let's go, I'm also very interested in this Hu Tao Hall Master. Then, Mu Yang chuckled again and said. Are you a guest at the Rebirth Hall? I just don't know if this Rebirth Hall will continue to accept guests. Zhongli also said with a little anticipation. There is no reason why Zhongli can't do things that he can do. Chapter 169. Zhongli, you are finally back. The young master of the fools, Dadalia, came to see you before. Let me warn you, don't do stupid things with the fools. By then we may all be implicated in the Rebirth Hall. The girl with twin ponytails and a bagwakyunkan hat on her head stared at Zhongli with a pair of plum blossom pupils and said in an old-fashioned way. Lord Dadalia and I are just ordinary friends. Moreover, he gave too much. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao like this and said helplessly. Did he give too much? Hu Tao looked at Zhongli suspiciously. Indeed, you haven't sent the bill to the Rebirth Hall for more than a month. During this time, all your consumption seems to have been paid by Tianatian Li. Asia pays the bill. You have to be careful. Showing courtesy for nothing is either adultery or theft. This guy Dadalia must be unkind. I heard that the 2 previous 7 stars collapsed because Dadalia was too stupid. Zhongli looked up at the sky silently after hearing this. It seemed that the stupidity of that guy in Dadalia was almost going to be known to everyone. This will also make Dadalia get closer to him and buy more orders for himself. This seems to be a good thing. Hello, are you Mu Yang? I am Hu Dao, and the 77th generation leader of the Rebirth Hall is Hu Dao. Hu Dao then focused on Mu Yang. Hu Tao was actually quite relieved about Zhongli. Even though this guy was good at spending money, Hu Tao had more or less guessed some of the other person's identity. This person was a guest at the Hall of Purity several generations ago. Even his grandfather had told him several times to respect Zhongli. The other party looks so young, but his personality is like that of an old antique. He knows everything but doesn't care about anything. He may be some immortal from Liu. Although Hu Dao would not fawn over Zhongli, she did not mind paying for him. Moreover, her relationship with Zhongli was quite good, just like family. I just hope Zhongli won't act recklessly. Now she is even more curious about Mu Yang. Before, she knew that this man was Ning Guang's consultant, as if she wanted to get to know him and see if she could get him to arrange some business for her. It's a pity that she didn't meet Mu Yang, but after Mu Yang came back, there was another legend. He returned to Liu on the Narakan of Inajima region. It was rumored that he was the king's husband of region. I heard that many people died during this period of time. If they can take over this business, they can definitely become bigger and stronger in the Rebirth Hall. Thinking about their ancestors, they only developed the Rebirth Hall in Liu, but what about myself? After the business was carried out by Dao wife, if she was gone in the future and future generations ranked their ancestors' contributions, she, Hu Tao, would definitely be among the best. Hello, I'm Mu Yang. Mu Yang looked at this elf-like and lively girl. I have a child at home, and I feel that I get along very well with you. Really? Hu Dao looked at Mu Yang suspiciously, but she quickly smiled and said, of course, I still like children very much. Maybe we really get along well. Zhongli's face darkened when he heard this. He naturally knew who the child in Lin Yang's family was, Kelly. That child has a lawless character, and may not be bad in nature, but she may also become a witch in the future, just like Alice. If Kelly and Hu Tao join forces, who knows how much trouble they will cause. Master Hu, this is my best friend Zhongli. He knows astronomy from above and geography from below. His talents and learning are not inferior to mine. I wonder if he can also join the Rebirth Hall and become a member of the Rebirth Hall. Seeing Hu Tao expressed interest in Kelly. Interested, Zhongli quickly diverted Hu Tao's thoughts and said. Hearing this, Hu Tao also looked at Zhongli and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She knew that this might be another immortal. There is a saying that if there is an immortal behind a force in Liu, then this force will surely have smooth sailing. It is said that their ancestors of the Rebirth Hall are related to immortals. The current secret method of the Rebirth Hall is also inherited from the immortals. The ancestors of the Rebirth Hall also shed their blood for the construction of Liu with Emperor Yan and many immortals. And now the Sheng Hall has indeed become the leader in the funeral industry in Liu. Of course, many people in the funeral industry cannot participate in many of the businesses of the Rebirth Hall. But Hu Tao discovered that Zhongli spent money like water. Even the foundation of Shengtang in the past could not withstand Zhongli's hustle and bustle. Now it was not easy to find an enemy, Dadalia, who was willing to pay for Zhongli. Now Zhongli wants to bring another immortal? How virtuous and capable are they in the Rebirth Hall? Can they be able to support two immortals? This temple is too small and cannot be maintained. If this kind of smoke coming out of ancestral graves goes too far, the whole house will be burned down by accident. I don't have any objection to the Palace of Life seeking another guest, but you have to promise me that you won't randomly send bills to the palace like you did before. I don't want the Palace of Purity to go bankrupt in my hands. Hu Tao hesitated for a while, but still warned Zhongli. Don't worry, Master Dadalia will foot the bill for Zhongli and I's recent purchases. As for the future, Zhongli will not spend as much as I do. Zhongli nodded with satisfaction when he saw Hu Tao looking like this. As expected of a child raised by himself, he still saves face for himself outside. Isn't this the request? I agreed. Is it not easy for Dragon King Ruotuo to make money? The so-called guest of the Palace of Rebirth is just to better integrate into Liu. Just like Mu Yang can rub the eyes of gods with his hands and sell them, Dragon King Ruotuo can also rub the precious ores with his hands and sell them. This is much better than himself, who can only rub molas with his hands. Moreover, for his own principles, he would not create mora for his own selfishness. This is his principle. I reluctantly believe you. Hu Tao took a deep look at Zhongli, and then said to Zhongli, right? As the 77th generation master of the Rebirth Hall, you are welcome to join the Rebirth Hall. From now on, you will be our guest at the Rebirth Hall. Don't worry, Hall Master Hu, I won't let you down. Looking at Hu Tao's appearance, Ruotuo Dragon King also burst into laughter. This character also reminded him of an old friend, a friend who he and Morix took care of like a sister. It's a pity that she died in order to protect the people of Liu. That time, both he and Morix were completely angry. No one knew how many demon gods died in that war, and no one knew how many demon gods' bodies remained under Gai Liwen. How much resentment of the demon and god has been bred. Please give me flowers. If she were still here, she would be satisfied with Liu now, right? Well, I hope so. Hu Tao then looked at Mu Yang helplessly and said nothing, as if I wanted to say something but was embarrassed to say it. Hall Master Hu, what's the matter? Looking at Hu Tao's appearance, Mu Yang also smiled bitterly and said, let's talk about it first. I don't handle the business of the Hall of Rebirth. Maybe the Hall of Rebirth is gone, but I am still alive, so this is a loss-making business. Hu Tao was immediately shocked when she heard this. Not to mention, she didn't expect that the other party was also an immortal species. She really wanted to say something. In fact, they also knew how to send immortals to the Rebirth Hall. But considering that there were two immortals at the scene, I gave up. How can I need you to handle business? I want to cooperate with you. Hu Tao looked at Mu Yang longingly and said, you should have a say in Dao wife, right? Zero, it's okay. That is to say, Lei Movie listens to himself and does whatever he wants. Then let's cooperate. We will open the Rebirth Hall today Azuma and cooperate with the officials there. You will get 10% of the money earned by that time. Hu Tao proposed to Mu Yang full of expectation. Why do I only have 10%? Mu Yang looked at Hu Tao speechlessly. You are like this, and you still want to do business. 10% is quite a lot. A lot of this money must be given to Deazuma officials, and we at the Rebirth Hall contribute money and effort, so the consumption is indispensable. Moreover, many of the people on Deazua's side died of starvation, and they did not have many molas to bury them. But sending people to death is our responsibility, so we can't really not send them away, right? At that time, many businesses are destined to lose money. So when we go to Shenshengtang to Deazuma, we really don't make any money, we just want to earn a reputation. Hu Tao quickly explained to Mu Yang. It seems that you still have a conscience. Hu Tao's words made Mu Yang obviously stunned. Thinking of the scene he saw when he went to Deazu before, it would be great if it was really like this. I can introduce you to the eldest lady of the Kamisato family that Inajima society pursues. The funeral industry seems to be the business scope of the society. Mu Yang pondered for a moment and said. That Kamisato Ayaka? I've wanted to meet him for a long time, but I just didn't have the chance before. Hu Tao looked happy, patted Mu Yang on the shoulder and said, then that's what we said. However, I am very curious. Since you want to cooperate with Deo wife, why don't you go to Fontaine? If you can cooperate with the water god, wouldn't it be possible to make a fortune in the Rebirth Hall? Let the water god come up with a few more executions during the trial, and then the Rebirth Hall will directly take over. This is a one-stop service. Mu Yang remembered a cartoon and said to Hu Tao. Cooperating with the water god? It seems feasible, and Fontaine is very rich. As expected, Hu Tao went directly into contemplation. Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, okay, I love you, little 1. Chapter 170. Yes, I heard that Fontaine's water god is a fun-loving person. She likes to watch all kinds of trials. You can recommend her to set up various death sentences. That is the best drama. As long as you cooperate with them, you don't need to go outside to attract customers. Mu Yang said in a gentle tone, as long as you can do what he likes. Follow him. Hu Tao looked at Mu Yang eagerly. He is the god of water, although our Rebirth Hall has some reputation in Liu. But he is not qualified to cooperate with Fontaine. Why don't you talk to Ningguang and Keqing, and let's cooperate with Liu officials? There are also many death row prisoners in Liu every year, and the predecessor Tianjixing and the others have committed capital crimes and have not yet been executed. Although they have done something wrong, they still need to be sent off in a dignified manner, right? Send Tianjixing and the others away. Mu Yang looked a little strange, but don't forget, they are guilty of collaborating with the enemy and treason, and all their property has been confiscated. They won't have money to pay for the Hall of Rebirth by then, so it would be a good idea to just dig a hole and bury them. Those families still have a lot of property, which is why Guang dared to establish Liu Bank. If 523 didn't have enough Mora capital, Liu Bank wouldn't be able to establish it. Ningguang herself is indeed very rich, but she can't give up all her business empire for Liu Bank. All the working capital is deposited in Liu Bank, right? Moreover, a lot of her money was spent on investments, and the cash she had on hand was only a few billion molas. Of course, if she is given a certain amount of time, Ningguang can raise tens of billions of molas, and there will be no problem. Although this number is large, it is indeed insufficient for Liu Bank. At least it can't afford the name Liu Bank. King Kewang Rural Credit Cooperative is just about the same. At that time, Keqing's family will also deposit Mora into Liu Bank. Since becoming the 7 stars of Liu, although Keqing has not favored the clan, it is already good for their family that Keqing does not favor the clan. At least they have avoided a lot of official troubles. This is the biggest benefit. And in this regard, they also have big rights and wrongs. Just talking about molas, the Keqing family really doesn't have much. After all, everyone is involved in real estate. They are indeed very rich, but a lot of their molas are used in real estate investment and construction. It almost belongs to the type of people who continue to build when they have money. Previously, Keqing asked them to rebuild Gailiwan and build roads, so they asked them to allocate a large number of molas. Before the funds were turned over, it is impossible to deposit a large amount of mola into the Liu Bank. By then, it will be pretty good if they don't ask for a loan from Liu Bank. Of course, Ningguang himself thought so too. After the people of Liu deposit the molas into the Liu Bank, they can also loan these molas to some real estate companies in Liu to build Gailiwan, and then Liu officials will take the lead in purchasing some house, thereby driving other chambers of commerce to purchase. When ordinary people start to buy, the mora that was loaned to the real estate company can also be recovered with interest. Ningguang and Keqing both have absolute confidence in whether this can be successful. The construction of Gailaiwan is destined to be successful. The land is also owned by the Liu official and there is no cost. The only construction costs are materials and labor. Liu port itself is already very crowded, and many people don't even have their own homes. There was no way to solve the problem of the demon's resentment in Gailaiwan before, and it was impossible to build the past. Next, as long as the people of Liu believe that Gailaiwan, the original problem of the demon's resentment, has been resolved, then all problems will be solved. When Gailaiwan is completely constructed, Liu's comprehensive strength will also increase to more than one level. This set is bound to succeed, it just needs to control the housing prices to a certain extent. After all, that's what rabbits do. Although there are many huge hidden dangers, it has indeed allowed the country to build up. Now, it's light. This requires a huge amount of capital. Fortunately, a lot of it was confiscated during the previous house raid. It was originally intended to be used for the construction of Liu, but now it happens to be used for the Liu Bank. But they were also Liu's 7 stars before. In this case, wouldn't it be a little bad? Hu Tao asked hesitantly. That was the 7 stars of Liu. He was the most powerful person in Liu besides Yanwang Daijun. Then do you think their behavior should not be confiscated and exterminated? Mu Yang asked with a chuckle. Of course, I wish they all died. Hu Tao said without thinking, it just feels a bit pity. In the past, when those 7 stars or the predecessor 7 stars passed away, they would invite us to the rebirth hall to send them off. That's a lot of money. Immediately afterwards, Hu Tao also said with pity, it's really a pity. If they don't have any problems, send them all away, and there will be at least 10 million molas. After saying that, she glared at Zhongli fiercely. If she didn't want to raise Zhongli, why would she need to consider so many things? After all, the Palace of Purity has been passed down from generation to generation, and although it is not as rich as a country, it is also very rich. Although they occasionally do some loss-making business during funerals, such as burying some poor people at a very low cost, the Hall of Rebirth is still very rich. But since Zhongli, an unknown immortal who usually never sees the dragon, wandered around Liu for a long time, the savings in the Hall of Rebirth became a little unbearable. This is not enough for Zhongli's consumption for a week. Mu Yang said abruptly. Don't tell such cruel facts. Feeling Hu Tao's angry mood, Zhongli touched his nose with some embarrassment, and then said calmly, Master, please don't worry, our consumption during this period will be paid for by Dadalia. Moreover, this friend of mine is different from me. I hope so. Hu Tao took a deep look at Zhongli who was smiling beside him. She didn't believe anything Zhongli said, but what could she do? Of course she chose to accept it. I can guarantee this. Moreover, if one day in the future, if you go to Fontaine to negotiate with the water god, you can bring Mr. Zhongli with you. He is related to the highest judge of Fontaine. At this time, Mu Yang also interjected. What? Are Zhongli and Fontaine's supreme judge Nahida related? Hu Tao was also surprised when he heard this and looked at Zhongli expectantly. Not only Hu Tao, but also Zhongli and Zhongkui looked at Mu Yang with doubts. That vellay is a relative of Dragon King Ruajuo, how come they don't know? When Mu Yang said the word water lightly, the two of them understood instantly. Among them, Zhongli also felt excited in his heart, if what Mu Yang said is correct, that vellay is indeed my relative. Although vellay should be the 2nd generation Dragon King, he is still his relative. Well, the first Dragon Kings were not without disputes, but on many occasions, they were indeed relatives. Maybe I can find a chance to meet that Nahida. You didn't lie to me before. Hu Tao was also shocked now. If Zhongli and Nahida were really relatives, he might really be able to meet the water god and have business negotiations with him. Relatives should still be given a little face, right? Sometimes when doing business, what matters is not the ability or the quality of the goods, but the worldliness. There must be a funeral industry in Fontaine, and if they want to open the Hall of Rebirth, they must have connections. That vellay has a very hard relationship. Although I have never met the Supreme Judge, I have heard that vellay seems to be a very selfless person. Zhongli couldn't help but remind him when he saw Hu Tao like this. In many aspects, he is somewhat similar to Zhongli. Mu Yang chuckled. He had seen some comparisons between the two creations, not to mention that vellay and Zhongli were really very similar. If necessary, I can go to Fontaine with you to meet that vellay. Hearing Mu Yang say that vellay was very similar to Zhongli, Zhongli became more and more interested. This made Zhongli raise his eyebrows. What's so good about this? My true self is standing in front of you, Guza 5.1, you have changed. Aha, thank you very much, guessed Zhongli. Hu Tao said happily, patting Zhongli on the shoulder. It seems that this Zhongli is completely different from Zhongli. It is good to know how to solve problems for myself, the master of the Hall of Rebirth. Well, I'm optimistic about you. Zhongli. Faced with Hu Tao's behavior, Zhongli was not dissatisfied at all. When he was not affected by wear and tear, his character was actually very good and he was very broad-lipped towards others. Moreover, Hu Tao's character not only did not make him hate him, he even liked her very much. It seems pretty good to have such a hall master in the future. Mu Yang was imagining certain scenes in his heart. One day in the future, Hu Tao took Zhongli and Zhongli to Fontaine to negotiate, and the water god Fukalos was so frightened that he trembled. Oh, T2, are you sure that this is not to attack Fontaine or to destroy Fontaine, but to negotiate? Or is it just for some kind of rebirth hall? These days seem to be getting more and more decisive. By then, even if Funina really has a second personality, I'm afraid it won't be enough to praise, right? Chapter 171. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I heard that there was an earthquake over at Nantianmen. I want to go over and have a look. If someone dies, I will go and help them. I have not been in Liao port for the past 2 days, so I have asked the 2 guests to take care of me at the Palace of Purity. Hu Tao seemed to have thought of something, and said to Mu Yang again, Mu Yang, we are friends. If I come to you later, you can't refuse. After saying that, Hu Tao didn't wait for anyone else to react, and jumped away directly. The hall master's personality is a bit out of character, don't take it off. Watching Hu Tao's leaving figure, Zhongli said helplessly. I can understand how you feel. This hall master who should have guessed some of our identities, but he can still maintain such an attitude, which is really commendable. Zhongli said with full approval. He doesn't like humans being respectful to him. It's difficult to get along with him in this way, and it makes no sense for him to integrate into human life. It's really good to be a guest at the Palace of Purity now. It's just that the financial situation of the Rebirth Hall may not be very good, and I won't be able to spend money lavishly in the future. But he also knew some of Morix's character. This guy would never be bound by Morix's price. Huakimola is also a lavish person. It seems that I am going to earn more. I think this hall master who is very interesting. After a little practice, I can join the chat group. It can also be lively by then. MuYang12 feels that the recent chat group seems not lively enough. It's understandable, after all, in the chat group nowadays, apart from gods, most of them are immortals. Most people actually can't let go. At this time, people like Keqing and Hu Tao are needed to liven up the atmosphere. Since I can't add too much burden to the rebirth hall, it seems that I have to exchange some molas for it. Zhongli said that a large number of rock elements gathered in his hands, and 2 night stones appeared in a moment, that should last us a while. An ordinary night stone weighs almost 100 malad per gram. These 2 night stone weigh at least 5 kilograms, which is almost 500,000 malad. However, since it is the Yepo stone you made, its quality and purity are not comparable to ordinary Yepo stones. Selling it for 2 million malads should be no problem. Zhongli nodded when he saw these 2 night stones. He has his own principles and will not rub the flowers with his own hands. But he won't stop Ruojualongguang from making money through this. After all, he himself also needs to make a living, and these ores are also urgently needed by Liu. Even if Dragon King Ruotuo directly pinches out a large amount of Yebo stones, it will not have any impact on Liu. This is not enough for you to be happy and spend one day. Mu Yang said somewhat speechlessly. By the way, when do you plan to go to Simi? Seeing Mu Yang acting like this, Zhongli also asked quickly. At present, the overall speed of their purification of the abyss is a bit slow and needs to be expanded. The process of Mu Yang obtaining the heart of God is a process of improving the purification ability. At this time, Zhongli naturally hoped that Mu Yang could get the heart of God quickly. When the time comes, they can purify a little more. Even if a little lucky grass king will appear to compete with them, in Zhongli's eyes, this is nothing. Moreover, the situation in Sumi is so corrupt that it is time to solve it. In a few days. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, I need to read the forbidden knowledge first. Now I am not sure whether I have the ability to transform taboo knowledge. Don't forget that the Red King fell because of the forbidden knowledge. Even the fall of the Great Ci Tree King was related to the forbidden knowledge. If the forbidden knowledge cannot be solved and I myself am polluted by the forbidden knowledge, then by then the continent of Teyvat will be destroyed. Will also fall into crisis. Zhongli nodded slightly when he heard the words. He looked in the direction of Sumi and said softly, I have only heard about the forbidden knowledge, but this knowledge has great harm to the Teyvat continent. I don't dare to contact you rashly. I heard that the Grass Dragon King fell into the Red King's scheme and swallowed the forbidden knowledge. Now he is half dead. Mu Yang glanced at Zhongli beside him and said pointedly. So stupid? Why don't you know? It's simply a disgrace to them, the Dragon Kings. Leave the group, Apep. You need to be careful when you go there later. If there is really no other way, then find a way to expel the forbidden knowledge from the Teyvat continent. After thinking about it, Zhongli reminded Mu Yang. I understand, we won't know until we see it later. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, and then said to Zhongli, by the way, Zhongli, we need your help with something. Then he talked about the mobile phone and the earth veins. Do you want to transmit information through earth veins? Zhongli nodded thoughtfully, there is no problem with that. There is no problem with establishing a stable earth vein that is protected by me. If you just want to extend the earth line to other countries, you not only need the approval of the gods of these countries, otherwise they can cut off the earth line at any time, but also need the help of World Tree. Is it the World Tree again? Mu Yang's expression was a little subtle, why couldn't he avoid the World Tree? It seems that I really have to make a trip to Sumi. Why is it that I have become a god? Logically speaking, I have many younger brothers under my command, but why do I seem to have a hard life? However, Sumi did have to make a trip. Not only was Nahida worthy of saving, but so was the great merciful Tree King. This white-haired one is quite good, but it is just Nahida's role in protecting the World Tree, and its strength is still insufficient. If there is one more great merciful Tree King to protect the World Tree, I think there will be more protection. The World Tree is very important to the entire continent of Teyvat. Perhaps this is the main reason why the doctor and his group knew that Nahida was trapped, but still did not take the initiative to harm the other party. They are curious about knowledge, and they think so about the World Tree, but if Nahida is harmed, no one knows what the World Tree will become, and even the continent of Teyvat may be implicated. Even a madman like the doctor would not dare to take action against the World Tree. I'll get there as soon as possible. However, it can also be late in Liyue first. Mu Yang paused and continued, by the way, we must also protect other things in the earth veins. If possible, protect it. This is my duty. Zhongli did not refuse. He still fully recognized Mu Yang's natural principle. The continent of Teyvat had fatal flaws, which had been determined from the beginning of the world. Now the continent of Teyvat is suffering from the erosion of the abyss. Without Mu Yang, the world would be over. Only Mu Yang can be the law of heaven in this world. Moreover, after getting along with each other, Mu Yang is still very good. Although his strength is not strong, he is still willing to recognize Mu Yang as the law of heaven. What's more, for Dragon King Ruo Tuo, the earth's veins are very important things, and others are absolutely not allowed to peep at them at will. Well. Just when Mu Yang was about to continue saying something, a figure hurriedly ran from a distance. After seeing the three of them, he shouted with joy, Mr. Zhongli, Mu B. The person coming is none other than Dadalia. Dadalia quickly ran to the side of the three of them, and then said to Zhongli, after breakfast in the morning, Mr. Zhongli, you left in a hurry. I thought Mr. Zhongli encountered some trouble, so I asked the following people are paying attention to Mr. Once Mr. returned to Liyue Port, he immediately informed me. I heard from my subordinates earlier that Mr. Yu had returned to the Hall of Rebirth, so I hurried over at 810. At first, Dadalia didn't care much when Zhongli left. However, not long after Zhongli left, Liyue Port also felt a slight shock, and Mimalaya couldn't restrain her inner curiosity. After that, he asked his fools to investigate this, and soon they found out that there was an earthquake at Nantianmen. Not long after Zhongli left, an earthquake broke out at Nantianmen. Although Dadalia was not very smart, he just thought that Zhongli's departure was related to the earthquake. Maybe Zhongli knew that there would be an earthquake there and went there early. This time I came here mainly to ask about this matter, but since Mu Yang was here, Dadalia decided not to ask about it yet. Faced with Dadalia's calm words, even Zhongli looked at the other person thoughtfully. Sincerity is really a surefire move. Being able to talk about following and paying attention to the other person so calmly, Zhongli actually felt that the other person was not so annoying. This guy has no brains, or is this his plan? This guy is interesting. Some things happened at Nantianmen before, but Emperor Yanwang has taken action to solve the problem. Zhongli said very calmly. Well, something did happen. They wanted to break the seal of Ruojuo Dragon King, and this time, he contributed a lot of points to help Ruotuo Dragon King regain his sanity. This makes perfect sense and doesn't make sense. Did the Rock King take action? Dadalia was shocked when he heard this, and then suddenly realized, if it was the Rock King who took action, then it would be natural for there to be such a big movement. I wonder if Mr. Zhongli can tell me some of the process. I also want to pay tribute to the glorious deeds of Emperor Yanwang. I have already reserved a private room in Li Yulising Pavilion. You can do anything you want. Chapter 172. Where did this idiot come from? This was Ruojuo Longguang's first impression of Dadalia. How did this fool survive to this day? This was the second impression Ruotuo Dragon King had of Dadalia when he was eating. This guy obviously had a bad brain and was very stupid, but he pretended that he had a good brain. If Dadalia didn't seem to have an effect on Zhongli, Dragon King Ruotuo wouldn't even mind slapping this guy to death who might have ill intentions towards Liu. Mu Yang, I heard that you have an irreconcilable relationship with General Dao's Thunderbolt. I wonder if I can ask you for a favor. While eating, Mimalaya suddenly looked solemnly and asked Mu Yang. Oh. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, tell me. Dao's wife has captured a lot of our fools. I wonder, Mu Yang, if you can say something for the fools and ask them to let those fools soldiers go. As for other things, let's talk through negotiation. Dadalia said with a serious look. Although he is warlike and even arrogant at times, he is actually very good to the fools under his command. Those fools of Inajima are not from Dardalia, but Mimalaya doesn't mind helping 12 if he can help without affecting his own plan. After all, those people are all warriors of the Queen. As far as I know, the lockdown order and the eye-hunting order proposed by Kanding Fengxing and Tianling Fengxing were instigated by you fools behind the scenes. The destruction of Haji Island's town property on Haji Island was actually driven by you fools behind it. The fools even provided a large amount of supplies and evil eyes to the resistance. Of course, these things are not the most critical. The most critical thing is that the leak of the Mycage Furnace Heart is related to the destruction of the Mycage Furnace Heart hundreds of years ago. According to our investigation, this matter is related to the doctor who surrounded the crowd. So in the final analysis, this matter is all caused by you fools. Because of your actions, about 1/3 of the people died. If General Raiden hadn't wanted to personally take revenge on the Winter Kingdom, the Eightfold Divine Sun would have already found a way to report it to the Keeper of Heavenly Principles. Mu Yang looked at Dadalia with a half-smile and said. Dadalia's expression froze when he heard this. He knew that the doctors and those guys were inappropriate, but he never thought that they were so inappropriate. The doctor and the skirmishers are here to destroy Dao wife. But soon, Dadalia noticed another meaning of Mu Yang, that is, General Thunder wanted to start a war, but Inajima's current situation did not allow it. For the Winter Kingdom, this is definitely not a good thing, and the strength of General Thunder is definitely not weak. If General Thunder stabs them in the back when they fight against Tianli in the future, then this will definitely be unacceptable to the Winter Kingdom. Don't those two idiots skirmisher and doctor know how to use caution? Well now, I didn't get the Thunder God's heart, and I completely offended Ina wife to death. I'm just a fool. If they are sure that they can completely eliminate General Thunder, then forget it, but now, they are just causing trouble. It even provoked the maintainer of the heavenly principles, which simply failed more than succeeded. Fortunately, those guys like to say that they are brainless guys. I think they are also useless. I will tell Her Majesty the Queen about this. Dadalia sighed lightly, and then asked Mu Yang, if Rice wife declares war on the Winter Kingdom, will you take action? He knew how powerful Mu Yang was, and it was said that he was at the level of the 7 gods. His superiors told him not to provoke Mu Yang. If Mu Yang also becomes an enemy of the Winter Kingdom because of the Lei movie, perhaps Mu Yang will also become the most difficult enemy of the Winter Kingdom. If it really comes time to declare war, I will take action. Moreover, I believe that other countries will also choose to add insult to injury. A smile appeared on Mu Yang's lips. Of course, those people are already dead. If Winter Kingdom is willing to hand over enough compensation, I wouldn't mind helping persuade Lei Movie. Dadalia was a little silent. Inazuma's national power was very poor, but as long as Mu Yang was willing to help General Thunder, then there would be 2 seven gods with fighting power. Even the guest country needs to be wary of these 2 combat powers. Maybe the fools plus the queen can defeat them, but then what? If the other party goes to the Winter Kingdom to wreak havoc, then the Winter Kingdom will not be able to play anymore. The most important thing is that the countries they have offended in Winter Kingdom are not just 1 or 2. Mondstadt issued a rumor yesterday that if the Solstice Kingdom does not completely withdraw the fools from Mondstadt, Mondstadt will cooperate with Inazuma to jointly target the Solstice Kingdom. They don't care about 1 country, but what if there are 2 countries? Barbados, the god of wind, is also a very good combat power. By then, even if they can win the Winter Kingdom, they will definitely lose miserably. I understand, I will convey your attitude to Her Majesty the Queen. Dadalia sighed lightly, and then said with the same hatred, to tell you the truth, I also hate skirmishers and doctors. If you can kill these 2 guys, I will definitely applaud you. Dadalia's statement made others look at each other. Is the internal fighting among fools so serious? Doctor is really not a good person. He just doesn't know where the skirmisher is. I'll look for an opportunity to kill him. Mu Yang said pointedly. Scatterers. Dadalia also hesitated after hearing this. He understood what Mu Yang meant. If the fools are willing to hand over the skirmishers, or perhaps let the skirmishers be killed by Mu Yang, then there will still be talks between Haidong Kingdom and Daiji. If they are not willing, then the 2 sides will become unrelenting enemies. This matter is not something I can decide. The skirmishers' seats within the fools are higher than mine. Dadalia smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, I will report this matter to the Queen. Well, if the ice god doesn't want to be targeted by Tianli's pushers. After all, the cause of this matter is the doctor. If we really want to investigate this matter, I believe it will not be difficult for the maintainers of heavenly principles. Mu Yang said with a slight nod. The dinner ended on bad terms, but it wasn't that Mu Yang and Dadalia had completely broken up with each other. On the contrary, Dadalia felt that Mu Yang was interesting enough and could explain Dao's wife's attitude clearly. If it weren't for Mu Yang, they wouldn't even know General Thunder's attitude. As for the Queen's attitude, that will have to wait until later. The other party has already threatened the Keeper of Heavenly Principles, and there is no reason why Haidong Kingdom does not take it seriously. Damn the doctor, damn the skirmisher. Do you think he will hand over the skirmishers? Mu Yang asked Zhongli curiously. After all, the relationship between Zhongli and Bing Shen is pretty good, so he knows something about Bing Shen's attitude, right? I won't hand it over voluntarily. Zhongli shook his head slightly. If I hand it over, the crowd will disperse. However, there will be another way to compensate. He knew the ice god. She had sacrificed a lot to fight against the laws of heaven, but she would not really tolerate the people below to harm people from other countries like this. Even after 500 years, she is still kind and loving. Then we'll see what happens then. Mu Yang shrugged, and then said goodbye to Zhongli and Zhongquei. I think these 2 guys still have a lot to say. Mu Yang was sitting comfortably in a rocking chair at home, enjoying the evening breeze and quietly waiting for dinner time. Sorry, Master Mu Yang, I kept you waiting for so long. When it was getting dark, Kamisato Ayaka hurried over with a bunch of takeaways. It's okay. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, you don't need to be so cautious. I don't have that condescending attitude, and I don't treat you as an outsider. But the general asked me to take good care of you. This time I wasted time going out to work. I didn't have time to prepare dinner for you. I still need to buy food from takeaway. At this point Kamisato Ayaka said guiltily. Although Reikage occasionally speaks in the chat group, and because of Yae Kamiko's series of actions, Kamisato Ayaka feels that the other party is not so unkind. But even so, Ayaka Kamisato didn't dare to slack off on the tasks assigned by Reikage. After all, Mu Yang is the husband of General Thunder, and his status is equal to that of a god. Serving his promised god is what he should do. Even in Kamisato Ayaka's view, taking care of Mu Yang is her first priority compared to the ambassador to Liu. Actually, I still like food bought outside. Don't underestimate the food of Wanmintang. If it is served by Xiangling, the taste is no worse than that of Xinyuexuan and Li Yuliting. Mu Yang chuckled, he signaled Kamisato Ayaka to take out the food. Seeing this, Kamisato Ayaka didn't say anything more. He packed the bag of food and sat next to Mu Yang. He waited until Mu Yang took the first bite before starting to eat his dinner. The moment the food entered her mouth, Kamisato Ayaka's eyes couldn't help but light up. She somewhat understood why Mu Yang would let her go to Wanmintang, a restaurant that didn't seem to be a high-end restaurant, to buy dinner. This food is indeed quite delicious. How is the preparation of your embassy? Mu Yang asked Kamisato Ayaka while eating. Initially, Liu officials planned to grant us a piece of land on the mountainside of Tianheng Mountain, which is relatively close to Yujing Terrace. Shenli Ayaka swallowed a mouthful of stewed eggs very gracefully, and then said, but, Keqing wants to arrange all embassies to Gai Liwen. Chapter 173. Gai Liwen. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood Keqing's intention. Is this the plan to use the embassy to develop Gai Liwen? Well, I didn't refuse, after all, most of the Dao wife people will be in Gai Liwen later. I also believe that Gai Liwen will definitely be developed in the future. Moreover, Liu will also give us a relatively small house near Yujingtai as the branch in Liu port. Kamisato Ayaka nodded slightly and said, afterwards, Captain Qin will also arrange for people to come and establish the Mondstadt embassy in Liu. Of course, Daozu and Liu will also send ambassadors to each other. Is that so? It seems good. Mu Yang nodded slightly when he heard this. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to me. Ning Guang and the others take good care of us. Kamisato Ayaka explained quickly. After thinking about it, Kamisato Ayaka continued to add, according to Yigo Miyasama's words, they have a great sense of the overall situation. This time, although there is a suspicion of using us to develop Gai Liwen, we don't need to care about such a small favor. Moreover, if we go to Gai Liwen, we can also use the resentment of the demon there to increase our strength. There are more resentments from demons and gods below Gai Liwen than expected. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, because of the disorder of the earth's veins, there were also more and more resentments from demons and gods. Just because Morix's sealing ability is very powerful, these demons' resentments can only be sealed, and some of them are occasionally leaked and sold outside. At the beginning, Mu Yang also thought that even if there was a lot of resentment from the demon god, it would not be much. For everyone in the chat group, it could not be compared with the filth of the abyss. But after going to Gailai 577 plains last time, Mu Yang also discovered that the resentment of those demons and gods was much more than he imagined. When the demon's corpse comes into contact with the power of the earth's veins, a large amount of demon's resentment will be born, and if it is not controlled well, the demon's resentment will increase. Just like Oroba's demonic resentment, it is the most prominent one, and its demonic resentment is even rooted in the earth's veins. Not only was Yaru Island unable to survive because of Oroba's resentment, but the Kana family next door was also affected to some extent. The energy from Oroba's corpse alone cannot do this. It can be said that if the body of the demon god and the resentment of the demon god are not resolved, when these things are combined with the energy overflowing from the earth veins, the resentment of the demon god will continue to flow. Gui Laiwan's demonic resentment will be enough to purify Kamisato Ayaka and Keqing for a long time. By the time Gui Laiwan's demonic resentment is completely purified, it's almost time to start a war with the abyss. When the time comes, let them directly purify the filth of the abyss. Master Mu Yang, is there a suitable way for us to fly? After some hesitation, Kamisato Ayaka asked Mu Yang cautiously. All immortals seem to be able to fly. Because of the large number of points accumulated in the Benlang leader, Kamisato Ayaka's cultivation has improved rapidly, and she has already reached the Qi training stage. If she had more points, Kamisato Ayaka would even want to practice the foundation building chapter. The current Kamisato Ayaka can be regarded as coming from behind. The speed of earning points even surpasses Keqing and the others. It's really a fat wave. At this time, God, Psi, Ayaka also thought of a lot of things. If he could fly, he could quickly travel back and forth between Gailaiwan and Liu Port, so that he could take better care of Mu Yang. Okay, I'll just deduce it when I have time. Mu Yang was stunned when he heard this. At first, he still wanted to ask, you have all started practicing Qi, don't you even know how to fly? Flying is like instinct for Mu Yang now. He really forgot that Kamisato Ayaka and the others can't fly. By the way, where's Kelly? After dinner, Kamisato Ayaka asked around again. She went to Yayo. If she doesn't come back today, Grandma Ping will watch. Mu Yang had no intention of keeping Kelly at home. Also, it's a good thing to keep Kelly on the flip side. When it comes to taking care of children, Grandma Ping is also a professional. Especially the child Yayo is so mature that it makes people feel distressed. If one day Kelly was half as well behaved as Yayo, Jean would probably burst into tears right away, right? What's more, at Kelly's age, it is the time to learn. Grandma Ping is an immortal, and she is also an immortal who is good at teaching students according to their aptitude. It is naturally excellent for her to teach Kelly. Even Jean asked Aunt Ping to teach Kelly, but Mu Yang didn't mind throwing Kelly to Aunt Ping. Is this so? Kamisato Ayaka was also stunned when he heard this. When I came back, I had already asked my servants to boil hot water. If Master Mu Yang wants to take a bath, you can go there at any time. Yes. Mu Yang nodded slightly, but did not refuse and walked directly towards the bathroom at home. He has already made plans to go to Sumi tomorrow to see what those guys from the Fools are doing in Sumi. An army of 3,000 fools was enough to occupy most of Sumeru. If doctors and others have no purpose, they are definitely lying. Not only the forbidden knowledge, but also the matter of the heart of God, Mu Yang decided to go there as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams. Based on Mu Yang's understanding of the doctor, I am afraid that this guy has already begun to study forbidden knowledge. If he does not have a way to deal with forbidden knowledge, he may be in huge trouble in the future. It's a pity that my move, which is specifically designed to target doctors, hasn't been fully studied yet. If you research it well, you can directly eliminate all the doctor's clones in one go. Hey? Why are you here? Mu Yang asked while soaking in the pool and looking suspiciously at Kamisato Ayaka who had already changed into a yukata. Master Mu Yang, do you need a back rub? Looking at Mu Yang's body, Kamisato Ayaka trembled in her heart, but she still asked. Seeing Ayaka Kamisato looking like this, Mu Yang also chuckled, if you don't mind. One yes. Kamisato Ayaka stepped forward, picked up a towel and carefully wiped Mu Yang's back. Feeling that Ayaka Kamisato was very cautious, Mu Yang also sighed softly, this time has been a bit difficult for you. Why did Master Mu Yang say that? Kamisato Ayaka was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. As the eldest lady of the Kamisato family, you have been taken care of since you were a child, right? Now you are asked to take care of a man, you must be very uncomfortable, right? Mu Yang asked, closing her eyes and feeling the somewhat jerky techniques of Kamisato Ayaka. No, it's my honor to be able to take care of you, sir. Kamisato Ayaka shook her head repeatedly and said, besides, I'm not always being taken care of, right? My parents left my brother and me when we were very young. At that time, the Kamisato family was suppressed by various forces within the society. It was Mr. Yigomiya who brought me to Narukami Taisha Shrine, showing that she supported the Kamisato family. This allowed my brother to successfully take over the position of the head of the society when he was about 15 years old. Otherwise, no matter how capable my brother is, his age will limit him, and other families were also suppressing us at that time. That fox? It seems like something she would do. Mu Yang nodded slightly, she must have discovered something at that time, right? Kamisato Ayaka was stunned when she saw Mu Yang like this. Have you ever thought about revenge? Suddenly, Mu Yang asked coldly. Revenge? Kamisato Ayaka was a little confused now. She didn't seem to have any enemies, right? It was not an accident that those knife makers were lost, but someone was deliberately manipulating these things. If there hadn't been that guy, your father wouldn't have had to work too hard and die early, and your mother wouldn't have had to die of illness. Mu Yang said in a deep voice with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Skirmishers really deserve to die. Many people seem to say that the skirmishers actually did nothing. My family's scattered treasures are innocent, those bad things were done by fools, what does their scattered treasures have to do with it? But only after personal experience, Mu Yang would feel how disgusting this guy is. Just what the stragglers did in Daozu can be described in countless words. Over the past hundreds of years, skirmishers have been weakening Dao's wife, and they have done a lot of bad things secretly. Countless people died because of him. Can such a person be whitewashed? It really makes people speechless to say one thing or another. If you delete yourself and have no memory of the past, then it is acceptable, but then you have to regain your memory. Who should blame you? Of course, you can also say that the skirmishers helped Inajima solve the problem of Mikich's furnace, but the town was also destroyed by the skirmishers, which was what Coral Palace Shinkai had previously investigated. Maybe at the beginning, Lejiexue felt guilty about the skirmishers, but for what the skirmishers were doing now, Lejiexue would definitely kill the opponent without hesitation. Moreover, the other party can be regarded as Kamisato Ayaka's father-killing enemy, right? Did someone plan what happened back then? Were my parents killed indirectly by others? Kamisato Ayaka was also dumbfounded at this time. Why don't you know these things? But these words were said by Mu Yang, so they must be true. The hatred for killing his father was irreconcilable. At this time, Kamisato Ayaka also had a strong murderous intention. Chapter 174. Yes. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, back then, your father and Feng Yu and Yashiki had actually found the culprit and were almost killed by the culprit. I just survived for some reason. Oh, by the way, it seems that Maplehara Manyo is now an official of Inajima, and Maplehara Yashiki is Maplehara Manyo's father. Is that so? Kamisato Ayaka felt a little dazed in her heart. If Mu Yang hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have even known that she might have wanted to kill her father. Immediately afterwards, Kamisato Ayaka's expression also became firm. Master Mu Yang, can I take revenge? Although Kamisato Ayaka doesn't like fighting, she is not afraid of fighting. If her father's death is really related to that person, Kamisato Ayaka cannot really sit back and ignore even one of the inducements. Yes, but you are not my opponent yet. Mu Yang pondered for a moment and then said, however, I don't know where the other party is now. Maybe it's in Sumeru, or maybe it's in the Winter Solstice Kingdom. He is the mastermind behind many of Inajima's affairs. If I see him, I will kill him. You may not have a chance to kill the opponent, but I can bring you some fragments of the opponent's body. Mu Yang didn't know what the skirmisher's strength was, but he thought it would be pretty good. After all, it was a puppet produced by Lei Film. Although the current Kamisato Ayaka's strength is very likely to be no worse than the lady, and even stronger than the lady who liberated the Flame Witch state. But the skirmishers are still in the 6th seat anyway. If the skirmisher has become a god at this time, then the opponent's combat power will also reach the level of a demon god. This is not something that the current Kamisato Ayaka can defeat. This. Kamisato Ayaka opened her mouth, but was speechless. She was no match, so she was helpless. In fact, her strength is no longer weak, and her sword skills are considered the best among Inajima. Coupled with the progress during this period, Kamisato Ayaka is definitely not a weak person. For example, the young master Dodalaya who came to Mu Yang, Kamisato Ayaka did not think that he would be inferior to the opponent now. Even if the opponent freed the evil eye, Kamisato Ayaka was confident that he could defeat the opponent. But since Mu Yang said this, it is not wrong to think about it. And if Mu Yang kills the other party, how can he repay Mu Yang? As if she had thought of something, a blush appeared on Kamisato Ayaka's pretty face, and her expression soon became determined. The Kamisato family itself has the responsibility to serve the gods, but there are some services that are not needed in the movie. But in theory, this is the case, and the gods do not seem to need these. Now Mu Yang is also his own god, and Kamisato Ayaka feels that there is no problem in doing so. Kamisato Ayaka pulled on the belt around her waist, and then stepped into the bath. Under Mu Yang's surprised gaze, she said firmly, "Please let me serve you, my lord. As a god, you can really do whatever you want. But what should I do at this time? It seems that I can't refuse. If I still refuse at this time, wouldn't it mean that I look down on Kamisato Ayaka? When other girls are like this, how can I refuse? This will make the other person want to die with shame and anger. As a good person, how could he just watch something like this happen? He is a good person." The next day, Kamisato Ayaka woke up from Mu Yang's arms, looked at the handsome face so close, and remembered yesterday's scene. She couldn't help but feel agitated in her heart. "I seemed a little crazy yesterday, but this feeling seems really good." Now Kamisato Ayaka has a very rebellious saying that she wants to express to Raiden movie, "You are such a good man." Of course, this only appeared in Ayaka Kamisato's heart for a moment. Kamisato Ayaka is still very loyal to General Raiden, and she also maintains her identity very well. Now she is Mu Yang's maid, and she is also the maid who follows General Raiden. Are you awake? Seeing Ayaka Kamisato looking like this, Mu Yang showed a smile on his lips and said softly. Although before time travel, he had always complained about Kamisato Ayaka's bangs, but now Mu Yang really wants to explain to Kamisato Ayaka that my turtle is definitely not a big-brained person. Moreover, Sister Dayaji is indeed more open-minded than Sister Liu at certain times. Mu Yang was very suspicious. This innocent-looking little turtle had definitely read Ye Kongtang's novels. He looked very innocent on the outside, but he was lustful on the inside. Oh my god, that is to say, this godly tortoise is standard stupid and lustful. Well, sir, I will help you get up. After hearing this, Ayaka Kamisato stood up quickly and said regardless of the pain in her body. No need, just have a good rest. Mu Yang waved his hand, let the people below take care of you today. After a pause, Mu Yang continued, after I had breakfast, I went to Sumi. I don't know if I will come back today. You should have a good rest at home. Yes. Regarding this, Kamisato Ayaka was not dissatisfied at all, but felt extremely warm. Master Mu Yang is so gentle. It is rare to find such a gentle person in Inajima. To be honest, it's a pity that Mu Yang doesn't know the inner thoughts of Kamisato Ayaka. If he knew, Mu Yang might be completely confused. Do you call this gentleness? Isn't this a normal thing? It can only be said that there are too many men on Inajima's side who are not human beings. Is this Sumi? Mu Yang came to the vicinity of Huachenkuo and looked at the death realm not far away, his expression becoming solemn for a while. It seems that Sumi is much worse than he thought. He had thought that Mond and Inajima were bad enough. On Sumi's side, with the help of the fools, Sumi's situation should be better than that of Inajima and Mond. Although Mu Yang was very unhappy to see the fools were still very useful at certain times. If they were used to destroy monsters, the effect would be very good. There are indeed not many monsters in Sumeru. The situation of Mondstadt and Inajima was much better than before. But the situation in the dead zone is a problem that Sumi has to face. As a time traveler, Mu Yang also knows the reason for the birth of the dead zone, and the problem of the world tree is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that I also need to speed up here. Please give me flowers. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yang walked towards the location of the dead zone, but before Mu Yang could get closer, a voice called out to him, please don't get close, it's very dangerous. Mu Yang stopped and looked towards the place where the sound came from, and found a girl with green hair rushing towards her quickly. Isn't this Keqing? Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived in Sumi, I would meet him. I haven't seen Amber a few times until now, but as soon as I came to Sumi, I met Keqing. It's amazing. Soon, Kcai came to Mu Yang's side and panted and asked Shu Yang, aren't you from Sumi? Yes. Mu Yang nodded slightly, I am a scholar from Liu. This is the first time I have seen Sumi's death realm, so I want to study it. This is very dangerous. Keqing frowned and warned in a deep voice, you don't have the eye of God, so it's best not to get close to the death zone. After thinking for a while, Keqing continued to add, of course, if possible, you'd better go back to Liu. Sumi is not very peaceful now. Thank you for reminding me, you are a good person. Mu Yang said in a gentle tone, and then looked at Keqing thoughtfully, if my prediction is correct, you should have magic scale disease, right? Yes. Keqing frowned, she didn't like the other party's attitude. Don't you know that you can't mention other people's flaws at will? For patients with demonic scales are a taboo. Is it convenient for me to take a look? I am also a good doctor in Liu. Mu Yang grabbed Keqing's hand without his consent. You. Keqing couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's sudden behavior. This guy was so fast and strong. He couldn't break free at all. What exactly is going on? You know, her strength is not weak. Not only does she have the eye of God, she was also the doctor's experimental material. In this area of Sumi, Keqing can be regarded as a good strong man, but when faced with the opponent, he can be described as having no strength with his hands. Sure enough, this magic scale disease is more of a curse than a disease. Mu Yang said softly. Curse. Mu Yang's words stunned Keqing for a moment. She had never heard of such a statement. Is there some existence that is cursing Sumi? Well, it's easier to solve than expected. Mu Yang tried to solve this curse. It was obvious that the magic scale disease was successfully solved in just a moment. And if such an operation is performed by members of the chat group, it will only be worth 100 points. It's a pity. Mu Yang originally thought that the magic scale disease could be absorbed and purified into points. In the end, I didn't expect that I would have to purify the curse of the demon scale disease myself. This is a loser. Forget it, let's solve the problem of World Tree first. There are some troubles with the demonic remnants in your body, which are beyond your control. I have solved them all for you. Then, Mu Yang continued. Chapter 175. Kai was feeling dizzy. His magic scale disease was actually cured, and looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed extremely relaxed. Then the other party got rid of the demonic remnants in his body. Who is the other party? Why can this be done? Kai also knew about the condition of his body. The original foolish doctors had studied him, and even the doctors could not solve the problem of magic scale disease in him. Later, Master Lisa also checked her situation. Similarly, Master Lisa and the others had nothing to do. You know, Fu Kei is considered by many to be the most outstanding student of the Sumi Order Academy in the past century. But now, the problem that neither the doctor nor Lisa could solve was completely solved by the young man in front of him in less than 2 minutes. Who is this? Thinking that the other party was from Liu, Kai asked cautiously, are you the Emperor of the Rock King? I'm not Morux. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, this is our secret. We can't tell others that your magic scale disease has been resolved for the time being. You may be in danger then. After all, you are the only one who was cured of 023 who got the demon scale disease. Kai immediately fell silent after hearing this. As someone who had been deceived by fools into doing human experiments, she naturally knew the dangers of the human heart. If his situation was known to others, he might really be arrested and dissected. Moreover, the person in front of me may also be in danger. After all, the other party is someone who can solve the magic scale disease, and the court will not let him go. Do you need me to do anything? Taking a deep breath, Kai quickly made a decision and stared at Mu Yang and asked. Can you tell me about the current situation of Sumi? Although he had learned some information from Keqing before, Mu Yang decided to ask Kai, a member of Sumi, if you don't know what to say, just talk about some big things, or some big things. Is it a big deal? Kai thought for a moment after hearing this and said, during this period, for some reason, the Earth's veins suddenly began to become disordered, and the scale of the death zone outbreak became larger and larger. For some unknown reason, the teaching council invited a large number of fools to settle in Sumi. Because of the relationship between the fools, the monsters have been controlled to a certain extent, but the dead areas have not been solved for a long time, but are becoming more and more numerous. Even if everyone is involved, there is nothing they can do about the death realm. If the fools had a way to deal with the death realm, you would have had a headache. Mu Yang said speechlessly. If the doctor can really solve the problem of the dead realm, it will prove that he has completely understood the forbidden knowledge, or can enter and exit the world tree at will. Both the forbidden knowledge and the world tree are very important. Doctor, this old guy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Keqing wanted to ask, but he continued to narrate. I heard from Master Tenari that someone seemed to be making a big noise over there in the desert. It seems like someone is preparing to do something with canned knowledge. But because of the dead zone, we have no time to care about him. Is that so? Mu Yang frowned upon hearing this. It seemed that the straggler's plan to become a god had already begun. But he didn't get the heart of Thunder God. How could he become a god? Could it be the heart of the grass god? Or the god's heart of the ice god? Have there been any problems with the void system recently? After thinking about it, Mu Yang asked Keqing again. Void system? Due to some special reasons, I have almost never used the void system. Even my Master Tenari does not usually wear the void system. Do you need me to ask you about it? Regarding Mu Yang, Keqing was also very interested. A good feeling, a grateful feeling. She has never been so relaxed since she was a child. It was the other party who saved her. Even if I don't know the other person's identity and name now. That's not necessary. I'll investigate slowly later. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, this may put you in crisis. What do you want to do? Keqing asked quickly. Maybe I will do some, but don't worry, it will be beneficial to Sumi and not harmful at all. Mu Yang looked at the location of Sumi city, and it was time to meet Nahida. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang came to the dead realm not far away. He stretched out his hand and touched the core of the dead realm, and began to use his own abilities to purify this dead realm. Sure enough, the dead zone was easily purified and absorbed. At the same time, Mu Yang also gained nearly 2,000 points. These 2,000 points are already very valuable for those who lack points. Mu Yang, people in Sumeru have already purified a realm of death. It has been proven that power can purify a realm of death, and 80% of forbidden knowledge can also purify it. Nowadays, Sumi has a large number of dead areas. If you are short of points, you can brush them first. There will be no such opportunity in the future. Keqing, you went to Sumi early in the morning? It's a pity, 2,000 points is already a lot. But I couldn't get out of Liu. Zhongli, the 7 countries each have their own rules. Although Bayer is imprisoned now, breaking into Sumi without her consent is also against the rules. Asmodeus, what? Bayer was imprisoned? Imprisoned by whom? Mu Yang, the Sumi Cult Academy used the device left by the great Ci Tree King to imprison the current little lucky grass king, and it has been sealed for 500 years. Lay movie, imprisoning gods, damn it. Wendy, indeed, we need an explanation from the holy orders at that time. No matter what, they are the 7 rulers of the world, and the 7 gods cannot be insulted. It would be fine if they didn't know, but now that they knew about it, they had to ask Sumi to give an explanation, or at least promote the Sumi order. Mu Yang, actually, this is nothing. Why are they trying to create gods? They want to be the father of a god. Zhongli. Thunder movie. Wendy. Asmodeus. Keqing, I thought I was disrespectful enough to the gods, but I didn't expect that Sumi would go so far. Asmodeus, why don't we also raise the country of Sumi? Then it will be divided among your countries. Keqing, is there such a good thing? Although Sumi's strength is not strong, there are still many internal problems, especially the problem of the dead zone, which has always troubled Sumi. But they can also purify the dead zone and earn points. Moreover, Sumeru is the largest grain-producing country in the Teyvat continent. Even Liu imports a large amount of grain from Sumeru every year. If Sumi returns to Liu, won't they also have a lot of food in Liu? Zhongli, ahem, actually it's not necessary. King Dasi Shu is a very wise god. Maybe Bayer can grow to this point in the future. Then we can just let her give us an explanation. Mu Yang, I hope so. One thing to say, Nahida's performance at the beginning was quite good, whether it was crushing the skirmishers in terms of IQ, or threatening the doctor from behind, forcing the doctor to get rid of all the other clones, and also learn some special things from the doctor. Knowledge. Nahida did make a profit. At least she believed that the knowledge was worthy of the grass god's heart. Although her subsequent performance improved a bit, her biggest problem was that she was too holy. As a newborn god who has not experienced the sinister nature of people's hearts, the Holy Mother is completely normal. After that, she can be taught by other gods in the chat group and it will be fine. Both Morix and Balzabul have decisive killing sides. Even Barbados, who has always been cynical, does not mind taking bloody measures when necessary. Mu Yang, leave this matter to me first. The structure of the 7 rulers in the world cannot be changed for the time being, but you can all be prepared to condemn the fools and the ice god, and ask them to hand over the doctor. Zhongli, is it doctor again? Can he make gods? Wendy, is it possible to resurrect a god? Just like Andreas before? But the reason why Andreas has such strength is because he is the devil himself. Asmodeus, it may not be impossible to do it through the heart of God. I really want to directly wipe out the Winter Kingdom. Many people have lingering fears about Asmodeus's words. If a country says to erase it, it will be erased. Fortunately, Mu Yang can control her. Okay, have a good rest during this period. I will leave directly on 1.3. Mu Yang greeted Kai and left here in a flash, as if he had never appeared before. Left directly. Kai blinked, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly took out a small mirror. He saw that the magic scale disease had completely disappeared from his face, and he cried with joy. Great, really great, my magic scale disease has completely disappeared. I just can't bring this up to Teneri, it's so uncomfortable. After Mu Yang left Kai, he went directly to the Jingshan Palace. Seeing the little guy who was imprisoned by the special device and curled up, Mu Yang felt pity in his heart. She is indeed my second daughter. So cute. As if feeling Mu Yang's arrival, Nahida slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Mu Yang clearly, she was dumbfounded. This is a person outside of knowledge, and there is no record in the void. The most important thing is that when seeing the other person, the heart of God had a violent reaction. Who is this? Are there other earthly 7 rulers, d? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.